Welcome to another edition of Insomnia Maniacs Tarot with your host, Tropical Empress in Spirit. Happy Thursday, beautiful people. Hopefully it's been a good day for y'all. It's been a productive day. Maybe getting some work done for my beautiful people that work from home, or even to my mamas, even my single dads out there handling business, taking care of your family. Hopefully it's been a good day. So I'm happy to be here with y'all. And of course, it's been chaotic because I don't know what's going on with YouTube, y'all. I know that the general collective reading hasn't posted yet, and I can't control what YouTube does, beautiful people. So it still shows it's being uploaded. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed that it'll be there for y'all by, the end of this stream. But, I can't control it, beautiful people. So I decided that I'll go ahead and do a general collective here on the stream. Since there hasn't been one posted, and I'm sorry, beautiful people. I said I can't control YouTube. So, and I'm wondering if part of it is because I live in the sticks too, because I remember when I was up in the mountains, which is wild, because when I was up in the mountains last year before I moved into my house, the internet would go in and out a lot. It's like it was worse than what it was here. And so because I knew I couldn't trust the connection, I would go through and I wasn't really like doing a whole lot on my channel. And when I was posting stuff, it seemed like it took 3, 4 days. Unless I was going out back to the old city where, my old house is, where it's, more suburbia, call it, being out back in civilization. So, um, and if I went in there, then it seemed like it uploaded faster. But being in the mountains, it's like it took 3 or 4 days. So I'm waiting to see how long it takes. So hopefully I can, catch the rhythm of how YouTube is doing this, and I'll be able to stay on top of it to where it posts on time for y'all. So I greatly apologize. And like I said, living out here in the sticks, I guess it's not that much different. But we'll see. We'll see how everything goes. So I'll give y'all a few minutes to get here. As I know probably most of y'all are like, oh my gosh, she's on time. I can hear some of y'all saying that right now. So anyhow, I was and I was gonna record another video because that's what I've done the last couple days, been recording, and I didn't get a chance to even record one of the other ones I wanted to record. But I just, I'll share this with y'all. Some of y'all who maybe in the wanting to find love, I'm getting the feeling there's someone in your circle or someone who will be coming in soon who wants to confess their feelings to you. It was crazy because earlier today when I was up, I had walked out to the garage and I'm just, looking outside, checking out the weather because y'all know me. I don't look up the weather. I just look outside and it's like, okay, it's sunny or it's raining. It's one or the other usually. And I noticed, there was some clouds out and it looked kind of gloomy, but it looked like the sun was trying to come out. But anyhow, and so I wasn't really doing anything. And then I get this song stuck in my head. And it's by Usher. It's called Confessions, I think is what it's called. I mean, the song's talking about confessing to their lover that their side chick, they kind of, knocked her up, we'll say. But I'm not picking up that that's what this is. I'm picking up this is someone new that either you just met or they're coming in. And I feel like maybe you're not even aware of them, or you're not aware that even they have their eye on you. And I feel like they've just been kind of like gradually taking their time, kind of watching you and waiting for the appropriate time to approach you. So Ooh, and I just got chills. There's my confirmation. And I just got the number 3. So I'm feeling maybe the next few days, few weeks even, but it can even be in the next few months. But I feel like there is someone out there who is, wanting to come forward and let you know that they got a crush on you. So if you're wondering if you have any secret admirers out there, spirits, let me know. Yes. So for all my people who are looking for love, my singles. So that's one quick message. And then I was out there, I was in the garage, and I was watching, in the corner of my garage, there's this spider, and I think it's an orb weave spider. Beautiful spider. Y'all know me, I'm weird. I love spiders. And it's over there creating this big, huge, beautiful web. And I saw it yesterday, but the web wasn't nearly as big as it is now today. And I'm watching the spider just kind of like moving around and gradually like making it bigger. And I even saw something that looked like something white, like I'm guessing it's part of its web, but maybe it's trying to build a an egg sac. So maybe it's fixing to become a mama. So I'm thinking maybe the center of this web is where they're gonna put their egg sac. But it had me thinking though, since I had already pulled the cards out, so I'm gonna do this collective on the stream about how some of us are kind of in this kind of um teeter-totter energy. I feel like some of us are trying to manifest, what it is we're wanting, our dreams, our desires, whether that's love, whether that's new friendships, whether that's going through and building on the relationships we already have with our family. I even feel like for someone out there, there's even a strange family member you're wanting to connect to. And you're wanting to manifest this connection, but you're trying to figure out exactly how to approach it. Like, what would be the right moves, what to say. And so I'm watching this spider and I'm watching, it create its web. And it just made me think of how so many of us, because one of the overall energy cards that I got is empty. So I don't know if some of y'all are feeling like alone, like you don't have anyone in your corner, you're just kind of waiting. That's why you're wanting to manifest either new love, new friendships, stronger bonds with your family. Even when it ties into your career and money, I feel like y'all are really trying to manifest, more stable income, new job opportunities, maybe even trying to build on the um, business if y'all own your own business, trying to expand it out. So you're in this kind of on one side, you feel very alone and you're wanting to create this new life. So you're trying to manifest this, realizing that you're kind of having to rely on yourself instead of rely on other people, which is why I'm bringing up this spider because it made me sit there and watch it. And I'm thinking to myself, this spider is creating its own home, right? And it's not looking for anything else or any other spiders to like bring it its food to create its home. um, yeah, I mean, obviously, another spider is gonna have to come, and if it wants to have a family, that's different. But just by itself, it's self-reliant. It creates its web, and it waits for bugs to come in for it to eat. Um, so, but it's very independent in that aspect. So it kind of made me think of that. It's like spirit brought it to my attention. So I feel like for many of y'all right now, even though you might feel alone, you may feel like you don't have anyone in your corner. Spirit wants to remind you you are stronger than that. Even if you don't have anyone else to lend you a hand, maybe you don't have someone else to talk to right now, or someone that you feel like you can, trust, that you can open up and be vulnerable with. These are some things that I feel like you are trying to manifest right now because you're wanting to create this new life after feeling like this overall emptiness with this card I have right here. So this says empty and being unfulfilled. But the underlying energy is because you feel this way, you're now wanting this new life. So how are you trying to build this new life? Well, this spirit's like showing me with, the personal growth, and spiritual growth, you're more self-reliant right now. This really speaks independence to me. So I feel like you're making, you're self-aware and you're making some adjustments right now on how you can create the life you want. Whether, like I said, it's new friendships, love, creating those stronger bonds with your family, networking for a better job, because right here, the underlying energy is manifesting. So I feel like many of y'all are, okay with being by yourself, but some of y'all are still feeling a little alone. Like yeah, you're happy and content being alone, but you really are looking for someone else to share your life with, whether that's romantically, with new friends, or like I said, strengthening those bonds with your family to where you feel closer to them than maybe what it's been in, recent weeks or months. So I feel like it is one of those best times to, kind of become more self-aware. Self-reliant, yes, self-aware, taking the steps to really think of how else you can improve on your life, on yourself. So I feel like spirit's wanting you to really focus inward, focus on yourself. It's like y'all hear me say to people before when I've done love readings, I always tell them, especially when they're single and they're trying to break free of getting over a relationship, I always tell them, instead of trying to go out there searching for love, right now focus on yourself, make yourself better, improve on you. That way, when the time is right and when spirit feels you're ready, they're gonna bring in those people that you're wanting to manifest, whether it's love, friendships, or this new job opportunity, or expanding on a business you have or a creative idea, because spirit's showing me they're trying to line things up for your destiny, because in your career and finance, I have destiny right here. So everything's lining up the way it's meant to. You just got to be a little more patient right now. But the underlying energy, just like it was for the self-reliant card, manifesting. So this is why I'm really saying y'all are really in this manifesting energy right now. Ambitious, wanting to succeed. I feel like some of y'all are very dedicated and more focused and driven than maybe you've had been in the past, recent weeks or months. And, there could be so many reasons to that, but you're wanting to manifest, you know, what your destiny is with your career, with your money, with your personal growth, your spiritual growth, with love, friendships, or romantically. And then even in the relationships and love section, I have intensity. So for some of y'all, there is someone you're connecting with romantically. And I feel like this kind of love, it is very intense. Like, I get the energy of someone that when they think of you, their heart like almost like skips a beat. I even feel like you kind of like make them so nervous they like choke on their words at times. And I feel like for some of y'all, this person lives at a distance. I don't feel like they're close, in close quarters to you. So this could be a long distance relationship. This could even be someone that might even be from a different culture than you. So I feel like that this relationship is going to build, because I feel like this is really something you're wanting. You're wanting this relationship to grow. You're really wanting to, instead of just, I'm getting the feeling that if this person lives at a distance from you, like you're really wanting to find a way to have them near you now physically, because I feel like just talking to them on the phone or sending, text messages back and forth or emails, I don't feel like that's enough for you anymore. So I feel like you're willing to do something about it. So some of y'all might be traveling to see them, or they might be traveling to come see you. So y'all can finally meet, or maybe it's, you have already met up with each other and it's just been, some months, or maybe even longer than that. And now it's time to, reunite with this person. So I really feel like there's going to be some new steps that you and your person will be taking to try and make this more permanent, so it's not, long distance, as I feel it is for some of y'all who are connecting with someone. So I feel like this love energy for you, I feel like it's, something that for some of y'all, I don't feel like it's anything you felt before. And I feel like for some of y'all, it even scares you because it's overwhelming to some degree, where some of y'all can't think, you can't focus. Um, but I feel like it's a good thing too. So I'm hoping soon for y'all that you do meet this person, because y'all know me. I'm a hopeless romantic. I always want to see everybody happy and have their person. We all deserve that. So I'm going to get some advice from Spirit real quick, because that's what I didn't pull, since this was like kind of last minute when I pulled these cards for y'all. So Spirit, can I get some advice for the collective? And then I'll go over the rest of the oracle cards I pulled. So again, beautiful people, I'm sorry that my pre-recorded general collective readings haven't posted yet, because there's 2 of them that should be coming out. So I don't know what the deal is with YouTube. So if I could control it, I would, beautiful people. But I'm not in control of all that. All right, Spirit. What's the advice? Ooh. And of course, I can't show her because she's naked. Well, I got the star card right here. This star card is like talking of hope and faith. Um, I'm feeling like you even feel like this person is the star of your life. Um, but I even feel like equally they look at you as you being like the star of their life. And I feel like, this Queen of Wands came out with it. I can't show y'all the star card. Again, like I said, she's naked. Um, but I have the Queen of Wands here. The Queen of Wands is very ambitious. They're very action forward. They, when they see something, when they want something, they go after it. They don't sit around and wait for it to come. So I feel like this is you. You're willing to go after this. You're willing to, connect with, this romantic person. If you are in, a romantic connection right now, again, when it comes to your money, your career, same thing, because of you trying to manifest this. So this is just spirit confirming that you are taking action and to change, your finances, where your career is heading. And also when it comes to your own personal growth and development, your spiritual growth and development, because you're wanting to change your life for the better. So I really see this powerful energy coming forward. And I feel like being in this Queen of Wands, and don't pay attention to the gender, y'all. This is just, you showing me for my gents out there, more of your feminine energy. But this is very much action forward, ambitious, willing to, do whatever it takes to have what it is you want, the things in this life you're wanting to create for yourself. So that's good. That's very powerful energy to me. Um, what else, Spirit? So Spirit saying, if you're wanting this, to take that action. So if any of y'all are hesitating about moving in that direction, Spirit saying don't. You need to get up off the couch, we'll say, and go after it. Don't wait for it to come to you. It's meant for you to go after it. What else, Spirit? Give me one more. Wheel of Fortune. So, turning of the wheel. This is positive forward movement. Again, if you're willing to go after this, if you're willing to chase after your dreams, knowing that there is great hope here with the star card, as like I'm getting even the energy like you're the star of your life, but you're also the star of this person's life if you're in a romantic connection. Um, that things are improving. Um, where things I feel like haven't, fully come into fruition, or things have not fully developed in the way you had ideally thought they would, I feel like things are going to start changing. In fact, Spirit just showed me a train coming, moving by me really fast. So I feel like this is fast moving. So I don't feel like it's going to be long where you're going to see a lot of positive changes developing. So Spirit, show me a possible outcome. Yeah, Eight of Pentacles, working hard. And there's the Sun card. Eight of Pentacles, focused, driven, determined. Making sure you're doing everything you can to fully develop in your skill set when it comes to like your career, your money. Um, but this is also you willing to work on yourself. This is all about mastering a skill. So this is you also working on yourself here. Making yourself more self-reliant as you're manifesting this energy. And also, again, you know, reaching for the stars, your destiny, as the star card is here on the table too. And with the Sun, I feel like you're going to be very happy. I feel like there's going to be a lot of success. I even get the feeling of you're going to get the recognition that you've been wanting or you've been craving. So I feel like, in your workplace, if you've been, working hard, put in the extra time, doing what you've been asked by your boss, and producing, maybe you're able to increase sales. So let's just say you're in sales. Maybe you've been able to increase sales by another, 15%. And maybe that was more than what you have brought in the month before that. I feel like you're going to get that recognition that, your bosses do see your hard work and you being determined. So if you're really working towards getting that promotion or that raise increase, I do feel like that's coming towards you too. But for others who are working on, a side gig, a business, I feel like that this also too will become more prosperous. Um, Spirit's even showing me by next month, you might see an increase. So let's just say you have an online business of some kind. Maybe this month, maybe last month, things have been slow. But I'm getting, Spirit just showed me a calendar and I see September. So by next month, I really feel like whatever you're doing right now, it's gonna pay off. But you may not see it until next month. But I feel like you're gonna still get some type of recognition where you're going to see, you're going to get more views. I feel like people will be talking about you more. I even feel like there will be people in your circle who will be out there like talking about your business with, their friends, their colleagues and such. So I feel like the word's going to get out there too. So I do feel a lot of positive energy from this. So I'm happy to see that. Now for the oracle cards, the last few that I pulled for y'all. I have, whew, Spirit just made me cold again. I got another chill. From the Guides of the Hidden Realms, this is in the midst of the radiant fire. And it says, inspiration is one of the most profound gifts from your higher power you will ever receive. It's like being handed a magic acorn containing the blueprint for an extraordinary oak tree of meaning, adventure, transformation, and fulfillment. Your only job is to accept it, plant it, and tend to it in your field of dreams. Trust in the divine fire that burns in your heart and pay attention to the prompts from Source. That still small voice will tell you the next step on the path of your best life. Once you commit, things come together to help make it happen, regardless of any specific action on your part. This brilliant idea, this creative impulse, this joyful moment is a gift. So many people ignore it, thinking it will be too much work or that someone else is better suited for the task, but not you. Let this inspiration light your inner fire and keep tending to the flame. Feel the passion and optimism. Know that you were chosen for this unique path. Again, beautiful people, this about that powerful, passionate energy, ambitious energy, manifesting, going after what it is that you feel you are deserving of and wanting to create it, and not so much feeling anymore like you're not good enough. You know that you are destined for this, as this destiny card is down here when it comes to your money, but even manifesting everything else you want. You were built for this, and things are falling into alignment now for you with the Sun card, the Eight of Pentacles, the Queen of Wands, the Wheel of Fortune, and the Star. It's all coming together in alignment for you. So don't feel like, you're not going to get what you're wanting or what you've been working towards. Spirit showing me it's where you're meant to be right now, and things are gradually unfolding for you. And I love that. I really do. For this card to come out of all cards, that's, to me, is the perfect card to come out. And then from my soul coaching, I love this deck. I don't pull from it a lot, but Spirit told me to pull a card from this. So, and the card I got is Peace. And it says, breathe and breathe again, deeply and often. Everything is flowing as it's meant to be, smoothly and effortlessly. All is in perfect harmony. And this is true, beautiful people. Be at peace, knowing you're doing the best you can with what you have and with what you know. With, all this manifesting energy, because that's like the magician, which I'm honestly surprised the magician didn't come out. But the magician is all about creating, manifesting, putting forth into action what it is you're wanting to create. So Spirit's asking you to be patient, breathe. It's working out. Don't feel like you haven't done enough, or don't feel like it's all gonna fail now, because Spirit's confirming it's not, with the Wheel of Fortune and the Sun card here. So take it easy now. If you've been putting in the extra time, the extra hours at work, and now you're kind of like feeling drained, I feel like all that hard work is going to pay off. And even when it comes to your relationships, whether that's your family, friends, or a romantic connection, you're doing what you've been asked to do, and what, the divine has expected you to do. Answering, your destiny, your calling. I feel like it's right here for you. So be at peace. And then I have the angel card I pulled for y'all is Razel, and it says, go beneath the surface. You have learned so much about yourself and the world, and are now recognizing all of the great lessons of your experiences and challenges. Continue on this pathway. Even though you have come this far, there is much more for you to learn and uncover. Don't take things at face value. Do more research. Spend more time in contemplation. Go deeper than you think is even possible. And when we talk about self-reliant here, this really speaks to me, because it's like even this peace card, you think of yourself going beneath the surface, spending that time out in nature, contemplating, you know, thinking of all the things and dreaming of all the things you want, but even, looking at yourself. What else can you do to improve yourself? Or what is it that maybe you have not learned yet, that maybe it's time for you to kind of go deeper and look at, your spirituality? Where else can you evolve? Where else can you improve? There's always, that time of soul searching, which I do feel like some of us seem to be constantly on that quest, searching. Like we're searching for something and we're unsure. you know, what it exactly it is we're looking for, but we understand there's still something and there's more out there to be uncovered. So with this card, you know, like how you see him sitting there in peace, I feel like this is you. Being at peace, yes, with what you have achieved this far. But you also have this, you know, gnawing feeling deep within that's telling you it's time to look further. So go further. Just like this angel card saying, go further. Go beneath the surface. Look deeper. And don't be afraid to uncover what it is you see as you come into being more independent and self-reliant and not looking to others to fix things for you or to help you with something. You see that and you look only to yourself right now for that. And I think that's beautiful too. Because, I mean, I know so many of us can get into that energy of codependency, which is not good, you know, especially when things happen or things don't work out, or even when, you know, maybe our friends or family gets mad at us. And, you know, one minute it's like, oh, well, I'll do this for you. The next minute, you know, because you do something they don't like, they're like, well, I ain't going to do that now. I mean, how many times has that happened? I know that's happened to me before in the past, but, you know, it's been a long time, but it does happen, beautiful people, so just keep that in mind. And that's what I have for y'all, beautiful people, for the general collective reading. So my beautiful people, that was a general collective. It wasn't a personal reading, so take what messages resonate and leave behind the rest. If something didn't fit, don't force it to fit, y'all. And again, I'm sorry that the videos have not posted. I can't control YouTube. Um, Again, I don't know if it has to do with what the area I live in because I don't have Wi-Fi. I only have my data for my cell phone, so that could be it. I'm just keeping my fingers crossed by tomorrow I'll be there for y'all. So thank y'all for understanding. And let me say hi to y'all. Hello. Is that you, DM? Okay. I was gonna say it's like I don't know that name and then I see it in blue. How you doing, baby? Yeah, it's weird how YouTube has, you know, y'all's handle on here instead of, you know, the chat name y'all came up with. So, hey, baby. Hi, Moonchild. How you doing, beautiful? Hi, Bob. Hello, Mark. Hello, Farzaneh. Something. And hi, Eternal. And hi, everyone else. All my beautiful lurkers in the background, hi. What's going on, beautiful people? You gotta check whose channel. Whose channel did you just check, Bob? What, DMs? Bob's on it. He's just waiting for them trolls to come in. I'm sure it's throwing everyone through a whirlwind right now. I know it's been a crazy week for you. Okay, I figured that. Yeah, well, it's like, I don't know who anybody is. I mean, everybody's going to have to tell me who they are because it's showing a different name. And I'm just like, okay, who are you? Well, baby, hopefully it's been a good, productive week for you. I know it's been chaotic, but it sounds like things are looking on the up and up for you, DM, and that's good, baby. I'm happy to hear that. Yeah, I'm sorry. Well, are you going to be able to get some rest now? Now that you got, you know, all that stuff you had going on? I hate that you've been really tired, baby, and wearing yourself out. It's never good. You're finally resting now? Well, good, baby. I'm happy to hear that. It's been the same for you, Moonchild. Yeah, I think this week is kind of like what? I mean, everybody always talks about Mercury retrograde, so I know that has been messing with me lately. Hello. So hopefully, you know, the universe will give us all a break so we're able to get some rest, feel recharged, be energized. Hopefully the weekend will be good. Now that it's Thursday, it's almost Friday. Everybody be singing TGIF here shortly. Oh, Bob, you make me laugh, baby. Yeah, I kind of figured that's what he meant, so I didn't say nothing. No, I'm definitely not sweaty. Thank God. Because if I was sweaty, ugh. Hi, Money. How you doing, honey? Hey, 420. How you doing, baby? Are you all sweaty, 420? Knowing you're out there in California where it's nice and warm year-round, well, DM's out there too, so yeah, at least it rained today and yesterday. Kind of cooled things off. And when I stepped outside earlier, thankfully it didn't feel like all sticky, humid, because that's what I can't stand. It was only 80 today. Wow. That's still a little hot for me, baby. But 80's better than 90, 95, so I probably would still need an AC, though, be honest, because I don't like to sweat. Not like that. Only time I like to sweat is, you know, when I'm working out or, you know, bowling or something, which I tend to sweat a lot when I bowl. I have to have a couple of towels with me when I go bowling to wipe my face off and such. That's why I always have to wear shorts, too, when I bowl. It's 75 in Pennsylvania. I don't know what it is here. I hadn't looked at the weather, but I don't look at the weather. Like I said, when I want to know what kind of day it's going to be, I just look outside. Unless someone tells me what the temperature is, I don't know. So if anyone wants a personal paid reading, I do paid readings on my stream too, beautiful people. I have this board back here that has all the info for that. Cool beans, Bob. I bet that's pretty. A bunch of yellow flowers. You have to send me a picture of it. I'd love to see it. I look outside, I don't have any flowers, so I don't get to look at any pretty flowers blossoming. Though, I did see, I mean, it's not flowers. And when I walked outside earlier, and I was standing out in my garage in my driveway, I saw a family of hawks again up there flying around. And I sat there and I counted them, and there was 10 of them together, all circling like they were looking for food again. And it's just so cool to see them flying around above me and to see like their white tips on their wings from underneath. Ah, Eternal got your crown, Moonchild. I'm sorry, honey. So what else is going on with y'all beautiful people? Y'all got any plans for the weekend? Now that it's almost the weekend? Anything exciting going on? Yes, 420. That's eternal light. Used to be eternal darkness until he found my channel. Then he changed it to eternal light. Yeah, I saw, when I first walked into my office earlier today, I had this big, huge, yeah, I counted what? There was 5 of them, I think. 5 gold spirit orbs that appeared in like a ring. And it was bright gold. And they all twinkled. You know, it makes you think of like a star twinkling in the sky. So I call them twinkle orbs. But it was pretty. You went from a king to a pauper. Oh, Bob. Hey, baby. You're still one of my kings on my channel, baby. Even if you don't have your crown. You know, I still got love for you, honey. Oh, 420 has the other crown I see. So now you got to take it from 420, Bob. Because let's see, Eternal has one. Moonchild has the second one. And 420 has the third. I don't know, Bob. Was it Eternal or was it Moonchild or was it 420? I don't know what's wrong, Moonchild. You still not feeling good, honey? I'm sending you prayers, girlfriend. I hope you don't have to go to the ER. Oh, you were number 1 before, and then Eternal took it. Well, I would give you a crown if I could. You're all the crown jewels of my life. How about that, Bob? Well, I hope you don't have to spend the weekend at the hospital, Moonchild. I would hate for that to happen, honey. That wouldn't be good. So hopefully it doesn't require you having to go and spend the weekend in the hospital. Just get some rest, girlfriend. Go crawl in bed. Maybe drink some tea. I wish I could offer some suggestions, but you would probably know more about herbal tea than I do, because I really don't know anything. Since I don't drink it. I mean, I should, but I don't. I wouldn't even know what I'm looking for if I went to the store. I'd be a fish out of water. So, but I'm praying for you, Moonchild. I always keep you in my prayers, girlfriend, no matter what. But I pray for everyone. I pray for y'all. Even before I start the stream, I say a prayer. Hello, D. Collins. How are you, sweetheart? Same to you, honey. Pain on the right side of your belly. Huh. I don't know. I don't know, honey. I'm praying, though. I'm praying that it gets better. Y'all are okay, D. Collins? Well, I'm happy to hear that, honey. Hopefully things will get better. Continue getting better. Hi, country girl. I'm Gravy Beautiful. Thank you for asking. How you doing? I'm always gravy. Even when I'm missing my biscuits and sausage, I'm still gravy. Oh, is that right, Reggie? Well, you know, you'd have to keep it in your pants here, too. So, I don't even know why you would even share that. Okay, it's time for you to go. See ya, bye. Groovy gravy. I'm all for that. 420. Yeah, I'm gonna start making me hungry. Thinking about food. So how you doing, country girl? How's everything going with you? Oh, well, I'm happy you're starting to heal more and more, honey. Your body's healing, but I know your heart's probably just a little torn up still. I'm sorry he's not there, girlfriend. You know, country girl, just look at it this way, beautiful. I feel like there's someone else out there that'll be better suited for you. You know, you can even look at it this way. I mean, and forgive me for saying this, but Spirit just said this to me. Just think of it this way, that the garbage just took itself out. So, if he wants to stay ghost, let him stay ghost. I should order a large pizza. You must love pizza, 420. Okay, Moonchild. Hi, Cheryl. How you doing, honey? You made a bad mistake, but it was worth listening to my voice. Well, I'm sorry you made a bad mistake. Hopefully that mistake doesn't cost you, honey. Whatever it's pertaining to. You rarely eat pizza, but when you do, it's a treat. Hey, I love that, 420. I rarely eat pizza, too, myself. Hi, Audra. How you doing, beautiful? Oh, well, good. I'm glad I got you to laugh, honey. Just gotta hang in there, country girl. Oh, Cheryl. Oh, I'm sorry you're still there, honey. I'm sending you healing love and light and praying you have a speedy recovery, honey, so you can go home soon. Yeah, Audra, I don't know, beautiful. You know, well, I mean, it's like showing y'all's other names, y'all's handle, but even like right now, like I've posted two, or I uploaded um, two general collective readings that I pre-recorded, but they haven't posted yet, so I don't know what's going on with YouTube. They got a mind of their own. You love you some 420. Yeah, I think half of y'all in here do enjoy that. Oh, cool beans, Eternal. Well, that's a treat. Is your mama a good cook, Eternal? That does sound good, baby. I know, Audra, me too, honey. Because I've looked at some of these names, and I'm like, okay, I don't know who you are. And I feel bad, but, you know. Some of y'all's names I can put together. But some of y'all, I'm confused. Unless y'all tell me. Your name is the same. Yeah, lucky you, baby. Yours is on the other channel. What you mean, Audra? Hey, Bob. At least this makes it easier for you, baby, when the trolls want to come here and act a fool. You know, you can see their name right here in the chat. That'll make it easier for you to go leave them a friendly message. Because I would look at it and it's like, well, I have no idea. Hello, Adam, Byrne, how are you doing? You're leaving? Well, I don't know why you're apologizing to me, honey. What mistake did you make? Are you talking about when you went through and said sweaty instead of sweetie? It's okay, honey. If that's what you're talking about. No worries. Apology accepted, honey. You take care of yourself. She's not a bad cook. Well, that's good to hear, Eternal. Hello, Tim. How you doing, honey? I'm gravy, baby. If I'm here, I'm always gravy. I got biscuits and sausage. Even. Let's go with that gravy. So, I'm good. Thank you for asking. How you doing? Besides doing well, life's good. Everything's going well. I hope so. And it's nice to see you, Tim. How you been, baby? I hardly ever get a chance to talk to you, baby. Because I know you don't come online a lot. That's funny, Audra. Don't sweat it. I know, right? Oh. Hey. Like I said, at least I'm not sweating. You're in the UK. Okay, so biscuits are cookies to y'all. So, oh crap. Knowing that's y'all's cookies, what is biscuits for y'all over there? I mean, biscuits and gravy, it's a southern dish. I'm in Georgia in the United States. It's scones. Okay. So, biscuits for me is scones for y'all. So, it'd be scones and gravy with sausage. No, it's not dumplings. Dumplings is different. You're in New Jersey, Tim? Oh, that's cool, baby. I'm in Georgia. Um, how do I explain that? I've never sat there and actually made dumplings. I've watched someone else make it, but I've never made it. Oh, yeah, Adam, we do too here, baby. We do use jam and butter and all that good stuff on it. Um, but like one of the southern dishes that the South is known for is taking scones and then pouring white gravy on top of it. And some people will add sausage, like breakfast sausage, into the gravy. So that's where you get biscuits and sausage gravy from. It's really good, especially when you eat it with like some eggs. And like sometimes I'll even eat like hash browns or like fried potatoes. It's good. Oh, it's good, Adam. It's really good, honey. You've eaten dumplings before 420? I do love dumplings too. Chicken, what is that? What was it that she used to make? Chicken and dumplings. So, I mean, it's kind of similar, I guess, to what you were describing, Adam. The dumplings is a different type of bread, though. A different type of dough. And then you have chicken instead, but even the gravy's a little different. Yeah, I haven't had chicken and dumplings in a long time. I think the only way I would get it right now is if it's in a can. Beef dumplings and a ginger sauce? No, that sounds good. That sounds more like an Asian dish. Oh, really, Audra? Oh, I bet. I bet a lot of them would be in heaven trying a lot of our food over here. That sounds good. Adam, you're making me hungry, baby. I haven't had any Asian food in a while. That's pretty sad. When I'm part Asian. No, Bob, I haven't eaten yet, baby. Hello, Matthew. You're going out for a drive? Well, enjoy your drive, sweetheart. It's all gravy. That's right, baby. You like baked potato more with the chicken dinner? Well, what kind of chicken you talking about, 420? I guess it depends. I like a loaded baked potato. All this food talk, y'all gonna make me hungry now. That sounds good too, Bob. Look at you, Audra, and some barbecue. Hi, Judith. How you doing, beautiful? Oh, man. Well, you know, another thing that I enjoy, I like going to the hibachi restaurants. When we're talking about Asian food, Japanese steakhouse. I do love going there. Hello. 420, I like Chinese food too. I love Asian food though, period. I have to, since I'm part Asian. I love Chinese, Japanese, of course, and um, I've had either Thai or Korean food too, once or twice, but most of the times it's Japanese food or Chinese food. And then I love Mexican food. I'm Asian, and what else? I'm mixed, Japanese, Hawaiian, English, Irish, and Scandinavian. Oh, really, Audra? What kind of food did they have, sweetheart? You love any kind of food, just not horse, cat, or dog. I hear you, Judith. Oh, yeah, 420. I remember how we were talking about tacos. Yeah, I love Spanish food. Tacos would be good right now, too. Hello, SHT. I like Greek Mediterranean food, too. I haven't had Greek food in a long time. That sounds good. I sound Texan. Oh, it must be because of my southern drawl. No, I'm not in Texas, but I am in the South. I live in Georgia. Spanish rice. Yeah. Now you're talking my language, 420. Thank you, Tim. No, there ain't no smoking on here. No, I do not smoke. Who's Bobby, Judith? Who are you talking to, honey? Oh, you're talking to Bob. I look like a dangerous woman, huh? Why do I look dangerous? I'm curious to know. I look like a dangerous woman. Do I look dangerous to y'all? I mean, I'm sweet and innocent, so... I'm a good girl. Because he can't handle me. Probably not. As it seems like most guys can't. But, you know. Some of them still try or dream that they can. Dangerously beautiful. Thank you, 420. I mean, I do get told that I'm unapproachable at times. And I never can figure out why. Like, am I that intimidating because maybe I don't smile all the time? Oh, you meant you can cook like the American chef Bobby Flay? I don't even know who that is, Judith. Sassy. I'm sassy. Yes, I can be. I can be very sassy. Physically, mentally, and literally. I have an intimidating look. Why does it seem intimidating to you? I'm curious to know. Why is my look intimidating? Is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? Hello, Randy. You'll have to send, Judith, you'll have to send me an email and remind me because I'll forget. So I can see who it is. It's a good thing. Well, thank you, Tim. I mean, for some people, like I said, I think, you know, just they're not sure how to take me. You're really shy around beautiful women in real life. 420, so would you be shy around me, baby? If you were to meet me in person, would I make you nervous? Well, thank you, Randy. That must be a huge yes, 420. Bob. Hi, Michael Johnson. Am I doing readings? Yes, I do paid readings on this stream. There's this board back here that has a list of my readings and my prices, honey. Am I single? Why do you ask, honey? You know, Randy, I got the feeling you're young. Well, of course, DM, you can approach me any day, baby. I know you're not afraid of me. At least you don't come off that way. Okay, well, Michael Johnson, I do a collective reading. That's a general collective for everybody. And I did it at the beginning of the stream, so if you want to rewind the stream, there might be messages in there for you. I'll have some that are pre-recorded too. I'm waiting for them to post as well. So you can be on the lookout for that as well, honey. Hello, VK. I'm Gravy. Thank you for asking. How you doing? I'm above reproach. You're welcome, Michael. Just don't forget to subscribe and like, honey. That way you'll be notified when you hit the notification bell, select all. That way you'll be notified for every single time new content is posted to my channel and when I do come live. Which I do come on live about 4 or 5 nights a week. Because you would be happy to be mine forever if I want you to. Well, Randy, why don't you tell me about yourself? I mean, you know, that's right, Bob. I thumbs up that one. So, technically, Randy, I am legally tied to someone on paper, but I'm working on fixing that. Hi, Paul. How you doing, honey? Randy, I don't know you, sweetheart. It's kind of hard to say that when I don't know you, honey. You know, people always talk about how they would love to be mine forever, but, you know, some do a lot of talking, but they don't do any action with it. See, I'm a person that believes in action. Words are just words. Words are cheap, but action goes a long way with me. Bob says, Randy, make a donation to prove you're serious. Yeah, I'm a working woman. This is how I make my living. So what's going on with you, DM? And DM, you know you can approach me anytime, baby. What's so funny, Tim? That's all right, DM. DM's got it down pat. He knows. It's expensive to feed me, too. If you want to keep her, yes. That's all right, 420. If you want to keep her, you got to do all that. It takes work. So. Oh, I know, 420. California is super expensive. Someone's really getting me to move back to California, too, so. You never know. I might end up, one of these days, I might end up streaming from California. I might surprise y'all. Yes, Tim, thank you, baby. Yeah, it's been doing that for the last several days. Every freaking smoke detector alarm in this house, which I don't understand, has gone bad. Every single one of them. And this house is only a year old. So, I think it was like, what, 3-4 months after I moved in, one of the smoke detectors, it had already gone bad. So they had to come in and replace that. So I just got to get another battery and then move my step ladder into the other room to change it. So, but yeah, I hear it. If you want a keeper, you need to keep her. That's right, Audra. If you want to keep a man, do as he says. What's with the face, 420? What do you mean, boo, California, DM? If you want to keep a man, do as he says. Is that right, Bob? Well, I reckon I should probably munch on some chips while I'm sitting here with y'all. Oh, Judith, I know you said that before. That would be funny, though. Yes, damn, California is home. California will always be home to me no matter what. So it's been calling my name for a long time now. Lunch away, you say, Tim? Yeah, I got a bag of chips sitting over here. And I think I got a bag of beef jerky. I just need some chips, or not chips, cheese, which I'd have to go to my kitchen to grab. California's too expensive. It is expensive, Tim, you're right. But isn't New Jersey expensive too? Hello, Jake Kiefer. Well, that's sweet of you to say, honey. Hi, 808. How you doing, baby? I was thinking about you just the other day. I'm gravy, baby. Thank you for asking. How you doing, 808? How you feeling, honey? All big cities are. They are expensive. You're right, 420. Even Atlanta's gotten expensive. But not as expensive as living up northeast or living on the west coast, of course. But it's still, the cost of living has increased here a lot. I've never been to New Jersey, Tim, so I don't know. But I hear the areas like New Jersey and New York and even Massachusetts, I hear it's all expensive. Besides like Washington, D.C., those big city areas in those states. Hi, Shelby. How you doing, beautiful? You're doing well? You're back at work? Well, that's great to hear, baby. I'm sure it feels good to get back to work. Agenda 21 is inevitable for those that know. I don't know what that is, DM. Yeah, I've heard that, Shelby. I heard it's expensive up there. But it's like, it's gone expensive here. I mean, to buy a house now, is like what it used to be in California in many parts. Like, I remember years ago, to buy a house in California, and I'm talking about like an older house, not a new house, an older house that might be what? I mean, you know, we'll just say your typical 3-bedroom, 2-bath. We'll just say what? Maybe 1,500 square feet, roughly. You were talking like $500,000. But I know in some parts, you can even touch it for $500,000. It was closer to $750,000 to $1 million. So, like here now, that's what most of the housing costs even down here. $500,000. It's like, this is crazy. You're lucky if you can find a house for less than that. And usually if you do, it's an older home that needs a lot of work. Or you have to really move out into the country, into the sticks, farm country. So, it's crazy. It's a step plan. I'm not familiar with it, DM. I reckon I'm gonna have to read about it, honey. See? Oh yeah, and you're in Australia, Bob. Well, that's like my family. Um, they built a house when I was about, what, 6, 7 years old? So we'll say this was like 1988. And built it brand new, bought it, out there. It's closer to Disneyland. And it's 5 bedroom, 3 bath. And it sits on, I think it's about an acre of land. Um, they paid, I think, $250,000 for it. But now today, if you were to try and buy it, it's well over $1 million. Yeah, something's gonna have to give somewhere, Shelby. You're right, honey. Yeah, DM, send it to me, baby, so I can read about it. I'm curious to know. So yeah, I believe probably within a year or two, the housing market will probably crash again. The only bad thing about it, though, is even if the housing market were to crash, I don't know if it'll drop like it did before, because one of the factors that goes into what people charge for rent is, as a landlord, they got to include, the rough estimate cost for both homeowners insurance and property taxes. So even when the housing market crashes, so the insurance may drop because it's supposed to be based on the rough estimate replacement cost if the house were to burn down. But you don't ever see the property taxes drop. It's like it stays the same or it goes up. Yeah, I've heard that, Tim. Well, I'm sending nothing but luck to you, Shelby, that happens. But yes, be in gratitude, honey, because that will bring abundance. Yeah, very true, 420. The closer you are to the ocean, the more expensive it does get. And Bob, I'm hoping that it does change for the kids, because I hate to hear, I hate to think that most of the kids today may not ever get that home ownership because it's so outrageously expensive. You know, the cost of housing goes up, but then people's income aren't increasing fast enough to adjust to it. $808, I don't know, baby. I still got to get my car fixed, baby. I got to get a couple other things out of the way first before I can even go anywhere right now. Yeah, Bob, it's the same here with HOA. I deal with the HOA myself. Yeah, I can only imagine what those property taxes are like, Tim. Like I said, I can only imagine what my own family's paying in property taxes in California. Like, I don't even want to know. It scares me, but, you know, that comes with owning a home. Even I got to pay property taxes here. I mean, no, it's not $10,000 a year, but I still got to pay it myself. Yeah, Bob, usually that's the way it works, baby. The weather's never perfect for you to be able to go through and do what you got to do. Well, hello, Sandy. I was just thinking about you, baby. Oh, thank you so much, baby. How you doing, honey? You know, Judith, and it's great that they have that, but it's great that they are able to have their homes paid off. But $1,200 for a bedroom, what, you're talking about like a bedroom in someone's home? Or are you talking about like a one-bedroom apartment? Oh, yeah, Shelby, I'd be happy with that too, honey. Okay, DM. Thank you so much again, Sandy. Are these monthly prices or yearly? What are you talking about, Eternal? And that's exciting, Sandy. I can't wait. I can't wait for your grandbaby to be born. I want pictures, baby. $1,200 a month for a bedroom in someone's home? $1,200 Canadian would be what, about $1,000 here? Roughly, maybe, something like that. It's crazy, but it doesn't surprise me, unfortunately. I so appreciate the help, Sandy. I thank you so much for it, baby. Oh, geez, Judith. You're right. Because the Canadian dollar's not as high as the US dollar. My bad. Thank you for correcting me. Yeah, that's ridiculous. I couldn't pay that. Oh, baby, I pay more than you, Sandy. Not that much more, but mine's $1,400 a month, and it's crazy. The cost of living everywhere, it's crazy. How's your own? Holy cow, Sandy, that's crazy. $1,500 a month, 400 for. So in all, you're paying $1,900 a month, eternal, for your house. Thank you, Jerome. That's so sweet of you, baby. That's crazy, baby. Do you realize you're paying more than me for your house? Even if you were to convert it to US dollars, you're paying a lot more than me. That's crazy. Hey, Audra. I'm happy yours is cheap, honey. It's ridiculous, like I said, and now my health insurance is all screwed up because the insurance company went through and they had to change the whole policy over because Couch Potato went on Medicare, which is helpful, but um, how helpful? I don't know. I haven't seen the benefit of it yet, but who knows? Anyhow, so they were supposed to just put the insurance policy in just my name. And, well, they canceled it instead and didn't issue a new policy just for me. So, when I went to the doctor last week, it was $160, I think. I'm like, are y'all crazy? Like, ugh. And not only was it $160 just for the office visit, naturally, I'll be getting a bill from the lab for, blood work and stuff they had to do too. It's like, until my insurance gets straightened out. So, and that's the other crappy part is here we have to pay for health insurance to where, I know you and I have talked about this before, Eternal, where y'all's health coverage is paid for, but y'all don't have dental. But then you gotta wait forever if you want to see the doctor too for something serious. You only have 5 more years and years to be paid for, Audra. Well, that's great, girlfriend. I like to have mine paid off. It's like I said, I don't need a big fancy house. Something like what I have now would suffice. In fact, if I had a 2-story, it'd be better for me, to be honest. I prefer a 2-story house, but I won't complain. Even if I had the money to build like a huge house, I wouldn't do it. I would not do it. And you know what I would do instead? I would have a house here, and then I'd have a house somewhere else, like California, to where I would have houses in like 2 or 3 different places. So that way I could travel and go wherever I want to during that whatever part of the year. That's what I would do instead of just having one big huge house in one place. Y'all do have good medical up there, Judith? Well, I thought so, Judith, but then Eternal says no. He says y'all gotta wait forever to be seen, especially if it's something serious, like if it's a surgery, if you have cancer, things like that. I don't know. But I heard y'all don't have dental, though. I guess y'all gotta pay extra for that. So I've heard both positive and negative about it. Okay, Judith, that would make sense. Yeah, because you're in a different province than he is. Which, when I think of province, I think of province being like a state for us here. Hi, John Samuel. How you doing, honey? Tim, don't y'all have, or no, you're not, you're here in the U.S. Someone else who's here that's in the UK, y'all got, y'all's health insurance too, or, well, not health insurance, y'all got medical coverage without having to pay for it. What's a long time for a house, Audra? Jaden just got back something 100% dental for her. I'm confused, Eternal. You know what, Bob? And that's all that matters, baby. Like I said, I don't need a big house. I wouldn't mind having more than one home, though. Like I said, if I had the money to build one big house, I wouldn't do it. I'd have 2 homes, at least. I want a 4 carat ring to start with. Yeah, that sounds about right, Bob. Let's start with the 4 carat solitaire, and then we'll talk from there. No, I don't like sapphires. Not for a engagement. I'm a diamond girl. It's got to be a diamond like this. Where's my ring? And this is only a 2 carat solitaire, but it needs to be like that. But I'll take a 4 carat solitaire instead. Rubies are pretty too. And you know, I do love diamonds and, but I do love sapphires and rubies. The only problem I have with gemstones um, is they're softer than diamonds. And so with me, the other part is I would probably end up breaking it or cracking it, and that would worry me. Oh, I would love a beautiful black Australian opal, Bob. Those are gorgeous. Thank you, Tim. Yeah, my hair's really long. That would be cool. Um, there's that other one. I'm trying to think of what it is now. There's another rare stone out there that's beautiful, but I know it's hard to find. That's funny, Moonchild. Hello, Stormtrooper. How you doing, honey? Hi, John Samuel. That's funny. Sandy, I guess it's like ooh, like an aqua color. Yeah, I guess it's like a bluish green color. I can't think of the name of it. But then there's that other one that's bluish pink, or not bluish pink, bluish purple. There's a couple of them out there. No, it's not aquamarine, it's something else. Yes, alexandrite is pretty rare. That's my mama's birthstone. Oh, Judith. No, it's not aquamarine. That's my birthstone. Yeah, 420, but diamonds are forever. They're the hardest stone out there. That's the other reasons why they're so good for engagement rings, because when you think of someone wearing a ring, if they were to hit something, not intentionally, but it's going to happen. You want to know that that stone is solid, that it's not going to be chipped or cracked. So that's why diamonds are good for that, besides their brilliance and their beauty. They're also on the, I can't remember what the scale's called, but on the scale, they're a 10, which is the hardest stone. Or some of the other ones aren't as hard. I mean, I know sapphire, I think, ranks an 8, I think. I'm not positive. I think that's what it is. I'd have to look it up again. Black pearls. What, like a, oh, like a South Sea pearl? Moonchild, those are beautiful. Or like a Tahitian pearl. Tahitian pearls are beautiful. Oh no, Audra. See, and I could see that happening. See, that's why I couldn't wear like an opal. Because I know me. And I know how, I use my hands a lot. I would end up hitting it. Like, I would hit it on my desk, and then there I would crack it, and then I would feel terrible. So that's why I wouldn't spend the money for it, because me wearing it, unfortunately, I would crack it. I just know me. Because even when I've worn, like, bracelets, like, I've had a couple different diamond tennis bracelets over the years. Guess what? I end up getting it caught on something, and then it breaks. And even like my pendant necklaces, it's amazing that these have lasted as long as they have, because I sleep with these on. Thankfully, they haven't broken, but I mean, I'm more careful. But when I was younger, like if I were to get my bracelet stuck on the chain, then it breaks. So when you think of things like that, though, and me, bowling, shooting pool, I wouldn't be able to wear that, shooting pool. Because I would probably end up hitting it somewhere on the pool table, and then I would feel terrible. So I would want a stone that's not going to break, that I would not have that worry or that concern. Or I'd be scared to wear it because I'd be scared that I would ruin it. I don't want to do that. Oh, yeah, that's true, 420. Azurite. Sandy, I'm not sure, baby. I'll have to do a search on it. There's a couple different beautiful stones out there I would love to have. But like I said, it would be one of those things that I'd have to be extra careful. It'd be one of those things that I'd probably be able to wear to like a black tie event, we'll say, because of the fact that I know I can't just wear it every day as I would want to, but I know I wouldn't be able to. It sounds gorgeous, Audra. I hope you had a picture of it, beautiful. Maybe one day soon you'll be able to get another one, honey. There it is, Shelby. That's one of them, tanzanite. That's one of the stones that I love. But again, I would be worried. But see, I'm also picky because I would want it to be the gem, the quality gem color. And then I would need some diamonds around it. Yeah, so there are some of those out there. Oh, you're so funny, Sandy. I shouldn't be walking around with a gun shooting people's pools. Oh no, Audra. That stinks. Oh, I'm sorry, Judith. I'm sorry he hurt you, honey. Well, you have a good night, beautiful. Sweet dreams. See you tomorrow. Yeah, there are a lot of lab stones, and I don't like lab created. I don't understand why people would even spend that kind of money on a stone that was lab produced. I mean, isn't that the whole point of appreciating those gems? Because that's what makes it more beautiful, is it was created by Mother Earth, not created in a lab. To me, it loses its um allure, its radiance. It's just not the same to me. So no, I don't want any lab created stones either. They can keep all those. That's beautiful, Audra. I would love to have one of those too. Oh, do you, Sal? Well, that's cool, baby. Exactly, Shelby. It does. It does feel that way. I wouldn't want any lab-created stones. I want natural. You know, Sal, I would love a purple diamond. That would be my dream. A nice size purple diamond, but colored diamonds are very expensive too, the natural ones. You know, Eternal, I saw something not that long ago, baby, that was supposed to be like a ring made out of something like that. See, Sal, you would need a few million. I believe it. Shelby, you're hearing correctly, sweetheart. It does. It's in the other room. It's been that way for like, what, a few weeks, a month now. So I do need to change it. I just got to take the step ladder into the other room to change it. Yeah, it's the battery. For whatever reason, it seems like these smoke alarms, the battery doesn't last in them. So, those are beautiful stones. I know exactly what you're talking about. Have you seen them? Like, have you handled any of Savorite garnet, Sal? No. Eternal what orb, baby? Where was it at? And Sandy, are you still here, baby? Did it? It must have been behind me then, because I didn't see it. Here we go, Bob, with the Vegemite. Of course, Aja, exactly. Sandy, you are a smart Alex, but I love it, baby. All right, Moonchild, we'll have some sweet dreams, beautiful. I'll be praying for you. My continued prayers, and have some sweet dreams. Just keep me updated on what's going on with your girlfriend, so I know how you're doing. You're leaving, Sal? No, I don't think so, Tim. I think it's Judith just playing around with him. Okay. Okay, DM. I understand, baby. Thank you for stopping in, hanging out for a little bit and saying hi. Good luck with your meeting, baby. We'll catch up later. Alright, Sandy. Well, I'm going to do a reading for you, baby. Because I do have some other new decks that you haven't seen yet. And you know, even a deck I got is called a love triangle deck. Okay, DM. That sounds good, baby. So if you give me a few minutes, Sandy, I'll do a reading for you, baby, since you donated through the stream, which I so greatly appreciate. Yeah, baby, I got a lot of different decks. Oracle decks. I even have some new tarot decks. A few of them I haven't even touched yet. Sweet DM. Good luck, baby. I know, Sandy. I was just saying, baby, that I've gotten some cool new decks that I even have one that's called the Love Triangle. So, for whatever reason, Spirit told me to grab it, so I got it. For anyone who ends up in a love triangle. But, you know, those, the organizers, like, you can get for, like, your closet to hang on your door, if you have a lot of shoes, just to make space. So it has its own little individual slots. I got 3 of them, and I filled them up with all my oracle decks. And those are just the ones that I had that are in tarot cloth bags. It's not counting the ones I got in boxes. And a lot of them are love oracle decks, and I got some that are career money oracle decks, and then there's a few that are like for like your spirituality, personal growth kind of thing, self-care type decks. All right, Shelby. Well, sweet dreams to you, girlfriend. Well, good luck at your doctor's appointment. Have a wonderful day tomorrow. See you tomorrow night, girlfriend. Thank you for being here, honey. That's a big deck you got there. What are you talking about? The deck in my hand? This isn't a big deck. But I do have some big decks, some big cards. But that's funny. Or you mean that as a joke? Nope, I'm definitely not afraid to use it. A joke? Okay, baby. So, Sandy, Like, think about what kind of reading you want, baby. That way I know which decks to pull for you. While I run to use the ladies' room and grab a drink and brush my teeth real quick. So if y'all beautiful people will excuse me for a few minutes. Almost dropped my drink. That would not have been good. And my crumbs everywhere. You want a love reading, Cindy? All right, baby, you got it. Let me find my love tarot, and then I can find a few oracle decks to go with it. Let's see what's coming in. Let's see. Love reading. Ooh. Spirit. What could be coming in for love? Let's see. Which one, Spirit? Show me. Where's my other one, Spirit? I know you're trying to manifest love, so let me pull this one. I think this is the right one. Yeah, I haven't used this one yet either. Let's see. Oh, we've got love on your mind, Sandy. I know you're trying to manifest her. And I do have a couple of timing decks, but I don't know. I'll wait and see what Spirit says first. Oh. I did see a couple of cool other decks, but those decks would have to be used privately because they are the type of decks that's supposed to like get into the whole intimate part of the relationship. So if I were to get them, I couldn't use them on this stream because they're like, oh my gosh. It has to do with like different positions, we'll say, and things along that nature. It's like, yeah, I can get a little spicy, we'll just say, with those type of decks. Yeah, so I just gotta chill. That's my spirit guide stepping forward. Let me know they're ready to work. Hello, Harsh. Your only weakness in life is wanting a partner. Yeah, Sandy, but I think that's true for all of us, isn't it? We all want someone to share our life with. I would enjoy that too. Damn, some of these cards got turned upside down, of course. Let's see. It'll be alright. Okay. I want to see what you're manifesting first. Or what you're attracting, we'll say. So, alright. You know, Sandy, it's probably been almost about that long for me too, baby, so. And I know that sounds crazy, but it's true. Even though I have, you know, someone that I was legally tied to, it's ain't nothing going on in that department, so hasn't been for many years. But even now, there ain't nothing going on, period, so that's alright. I don't want anything to happen since I'm trying to get out of it. But yeah, I'm gonna want to manifest a new partner, so I understand. Alright, let's see, Spirit for Sandy. Alright, Spirit, show me for Sandy. What is he attracting? Well, baby, could be why you're not attracting anyone just yet, or may not even be the right person. But I think you also kind of know this too, baby. It's your ego. There's a battle with your own ego. And also wanting to be in control of things. And Sandy, you know, baby, don't shoot the messenger. I'm just telling you what Spirit's showing me here. So, I'm going to do, let's see. Give me a couple more, Spirit. What else is he attracting? He's still doing some healing. And I know you're working on your own shadow self too. We've talked about that before. But I see you're manifesting love. Because manifesting's at the bottom of this deck. Because I have the ego. Okay, Bob. See you later, baby. I got the ego card right here. Being too rigid. Unwilling to compromise, Sandy. And I know you know this, baby. I know this is something that's kind of hard right now. Because even the next card that came out with it is the controller. And this is you being rigid, which you know this is also true about you. As I've gotten to know you. You even admit that. So, baby, I feel like you still got to work on yourself some. I mean, because in the center is your shadow self. So, I feel like this is you trying to work on these two issues to not try to be, you know, such, being in control, allowing your battle, or allowing your ego to get the best of you, and being willing to compromise more, which means also having to let go of control right here. So this is at the center of it, your shadow self. And on the other side of it, it's showing me that you're trying to release these things. I feel like you're working on it with trying to release the control, you know, be more willing to compromise, come to the middle ground when it deals with all relationships. Though I don't feel like this is just romantic. I feel like this is also your other relationships with your family, your friends, work colleagues. The spirit's showing me you're trying to release this and let go of past hurts, so you're still doing some internal healing. But what the other thing you're attracting though is ebb and flow, which is those on and off relationships. It even says in and out relationships are unstable conditions. So there's a need here, baby, to still let go. So that way, instead of just attracting something like this, you want to attract something that's more stable, to where it's not just hot and cold. So I think that's something that's going to have to really still be worked on. Yeah, you know I'm speaking the truth, baby. You know. And Spirit's just confirming it still. Alright, Spirit. Now show me. What is coming in for Sandy? As he works through those issues. Let's see, Spirit. Show me. What is Sandy over here manifesting when it comes to romantic love? I'm gonna do this in layers, baby. That way I get to more of the heart of this. Get to the heart of you. What lies underneath that rigid, rough exterior. Alright. Well, Spirit's showing me you're making progress, baby. Wanting to travel, have new experiences, which is beautiful, because that's what Spirit's showing me right here. And I know you would love someone that you could go through and travel with and enjoy those new experiences that we all have in life. Someone you can share every chapter of your life with, but you're day in and day out. So I feel like this is what you're really after. Someone that wants to explore with you. It's not afraid. Um, Spirit showing me, though, that they're trying to protect you right now. That, you know, even though it might feel like maybe you're not getting love, or, you know, when you're trying to manifest it, that it's not coming in. Spirit's telling me when I looked at this card that they are trying to protect you still. And I kind of almost feel like right now, baby, that's because we're still talking about this with your shadow self. So, right now, even if you're not having any romantic connections or you don't feel like anyone's coming forward that you would possibly be able to ask out, um, or would even consider approaching, I feel like it's because Spirit's still shielding you. Because I get the feeling, Sandy, it's like they don't want you to start a new relationship with someone and then bring still some of this ugliness to the relationship to poison it, like, you know, the need to control, the unwilling to compromise, even the having these limited beliefs about yourself, not thinking you're worthy, not thinking you're good enough for that, or for someone to love you, to honestly love you and give you the same kind of love that you want to give to them. So, yeah, I feel like you are making progress, baby. I see this forward progress. So, but if you feel like things aren't moving yet, I think that's why. So, what else, Spirit? What else is Sandy manifesting when it comes to romantic love? You're still working on your stability, security, they're showing me. And you know, this card really tells me when you do meet this person, this is someone that you will have that stable foundation with. You know, it says finances and resources, Sandy, but I feel like this card's even saying to me, you want that person that you know it will be stable and secure. That you both, you know, will be, you know, able to contribute to the resources, you know, to the finances, to, you know, the paying the bills, but even to go beyond that, you know, someone that, you know, you're not going to be so worried that when they come into your life that suddenly, you know, they're only there because you might be a good provider, or they're just going to drain your resources. You want someone that I feel like you feel you can trust with your money, and they're not going to just go off and spend it. So, and that's something solid. And, you know, and that could be, I'm getting the feeling, Sandy, that's probably also the other reason why that controller card's here. And even the ego card. I feel like even though you know you kind of got to compromise, I feel like maybe you still got to do a little more compromising when it comes to finances. Like, um, instead of being like it is like a father, you know, child type relationship, treat it more like a partnership. That's what Spirit's saying to me. All right, what else, Spirit? Show me. Yep, this is what you want coming in. Well, Spirit showing me she might be around the corner, baby. Because I got the newfound love here, which is saying new lover. So I feel like, you know, this, and it's interesting that I pulled this card because it's sitting right underneath the releasing card. And what it's speaking to me is really you're trying to release the pains and the hurts of your past. So again, like how Spirit's showing me over here with the resources and it dealing with even your shadow self and, you know, being in control, that I feel like this is you just kind of surrendering to the universe. Like, okay, universe, I'm working on myself. I'm working on letting go of the pains and the hurts that my exes have caused me, have brought on me and left some deep wounds, yes, but I'm working on healing them. So I will be ready for this new person to come in. So I feel like more it's like you just letting go, okay? I'm letting go, spirit. I'm trusting you that you're gonna bring her to me when I'm ready and when she's also ready. And we can work on a foundation together where we're both on the same page, which that's very positive. And to me, that is also progress when it comes to you, baby. All right, last one, spirit. Hmm, that's interesting. I got shadow work on the bottom. That's interesting. This is sitting at the bottom of my deck, shadow work. So this is really still coming into play even when I pull this from a different deck. But Spirit showing me that there is someone who might be coming in and who might confess that they like you. Or I feel like it's gonna handle it's going to hand oh, if I can talk right. It's going to happen randomly. With this heartfelt new love, I feel like there's someone that's going to come in just out of the blue that either you are going to be like, oh, wow, and you're just going to have this natural attraction to her and you're going to be more than tempting to want to approach her. And I feel like you will. Or two, there's going to be someone already out there that maybe you're not aware of yet, but they might be in your circle. You might come across them. Like it might be someone you just randomly run into. Like when you go to the grocery store, you go to the bank, or, it's a place that I feel is common, that you commonly go to out in public, where there's someone that I feel like has a crush on you. And I feel like that they are waiting for that time for you to notice them, hoping you will be interested and approach them. So I feel like if you were to come across this person and something tells you like they catch your interest, because I do feel like you're going to be interested in this person, then I feel like it's going to be exciting. Um, Spirit just said whirlwind. I feel like it could even turn into like a whirlwind romance for you unexpectedly. So I feel like there is this present surprise coming in. The old ladies at the store always hitting on you. I'm not talking about them, baby. I'm sure you're not interested in them, but that's funny. And are you interested in someone at the grocery store? That's exactly what you mentally said the other night. Wow. Well, Spirit's coming in and confirming this, baby. So let's see. I want to see. Yeah, this is not. Why is this not speaking to me? Oh, let's see what this one says before I turn over the tarot. Now that's crazy. I just sat this tarot deck over here and I picked it up, but there was one card left that I didn't grab with my nails, and it's the Two of Cups. Two of Cups, is twin flame soulmate energy. And it just happens to be sitting right next to the heartfelt newfound love and the revelation confession card. And you know me, baby, I don't believe in coincidence. So I feel like Spirit saying this soulmate twin flame is coming in. And I mean, I can't make this up because here's the Ace of Wands here too, which is all about opportunity. So there's opportunity here. Like Spirit's confirming what I'm saying to you. Don't play me, Spirit. Well, baby, who at the grocery store has your attention, baby? Anyone? Like, does she have a name? Because if she does, you know, baby, because you may interact with her, I might be able to pick up on some of her feelings, see how she feels. I do have this one true intentions confession type deck that I could use. Okay. Well, keep your eyes open, baby. There might be someone you run into unexpectedly while you're out doing something. I'm not really picking up like you would meet this person online, but I would not keep that out of the possibilities either, baby, because the possibilities are endless. So I'm not just going to limit it to one area or one place. Like, I feel like that anything is possible. Knowing you have your eyes open and your heart's open, and you have a lot to give, baby. That I do know. You have a lot to offer. You're that alpha male, though. So some, find that very attractive. Others may not. The right lady, though, is going to find it very attractive. All right, Spirit. Show me. What is coming in for Sandy? With this Two of Cups. Spirit, since that card got left there, that wasn't by accident. I know that. Yeah, baby. Spirit's still showing me like there's some issues deep within that you're still working through. And this can also pertain to your last relationship, but I get the feeling like this is not just your last relationship. There might be even a deep wound there. I can't talk right. A deep wound somewhere really deep. That could be like from your first love, because this card's at the bottom. So I have angry here, just so you know. And the first love was at the bottom. So you have any built up anger still that you're working through? Because that's what Spirit's showing me right here. What else, Spirit? But baby, you know what, Sandy? You are an alpha. You got your alpha ways, baby. You may not be an alpha like some of the other guys are, but you have that alpha tendency in there. Because I do feel it. Hello, Hard Rock. And even though you're going to be working on those issues, you feel like for the rest of your life, baby, I don't feel like it's going to be what gets in the way. There is this, you have this allure about you, Sandy, that I feel like a lot of women do find attractive. It's just now getting you out there. Like, baby, I get this feeling like you're so comfortable where you live at now. I feel like you need to explore a little more. Meaning, I feel like you need to get out of the surrounding area that you kind of stay close to. So travel outward, go somewhere else, explore, other cities. And I feel like if you start doing that, just doing different things here and there, you're going to attract someone. I mean, that's what Spirit's showing me here, because I get more of the feeling you're going to meet this person out in public. It's not going to, I'm not picking up it's going to be like on the internet. I'm picking up this will be in person. This is someone either you're just going to randomly meet out doing something, or this is someone that it could be an ex, like a past love. I mean, it's interesting the new love was at the bottom, or the first love, I mean. It's interesting that that came up. So that kind of does give me that feeling that it would be someone from your past. Maybe someone that it's not that it didn't work out. Maybe just the timing wasn't right. Maybe because y'all were young then and it was hard for both of y'all to um, be serious about a relationship. So maybe this new love or first love, maybe they might be returning. Well, there you go, baby. You're heading to your hometown to visit your high school friend, Calvin. That'll be an opportunity, baby. And go out with your friends like that. Make time to hang out with your buddies who are single, who, have the time. Where y'all can go out places. Just steer clear of the bars, baby. Okay? We don't want no ladies from the bars. And I'm not talking bad about them, but... Well, what do you say? Like the stereotypical, they're there to have a good time. No, we want something serious for you. It's possible. I'll ask Spirit if that's when it's going to happen. You sent me an email, Tim? Okay, baby. I'll check it, baby, when I'm done with this. Thank you. So, let's see. Sandy. What else is coming in Spirit? That one came out. Yeah, Spirit's showing me you're going to have to give this time. Because obviously, love needs time to grow. But even love with someone else, that definitely needs time to grow. But even just your own love for self, that's still part of the equation of growing and having that love of yourself. And being willing to nurture that part of yourself. Because when you keep nurturing yourself, that's going to show. And that's also going to attract people to you. Give me one more, Spirit. And I'm going to pull the tarot, and then I think I'm going to grab a different oracle deck, too. Give me one more, Spirit. Yeah, Spirit's showing me shocking events, unexpected. Like an unexpected surprise, baby. So I feel like it's going to be unexpected. Unpredictable. You're not going to see it coming. And I feel like it's going to be like electricity when you do meet her. That's what I'm picking up, because there's even passion underneath it right here. There's going to be great passion between you and her when you meet her. Be careful about the jealousy, though. That's what Spirit's saying. Oh, yeah. Definitely. I would encourage you to find a girl from the church, bookstore, someplace like that. Leave the bars alone. I'm not saying that you can't find love, because, I can't keep the bars completely out, because I shoot pool, and that's kind of like known as a bar. But most cases, though, then it's not going to turn out good. Alright, Spirit, show me. Let's get into this tarot now. And then I'll grab another oracle deck afterwards. romantic love. Expect romantic love. Stop shooting people's pulls. Well, you know, baby, I haven't been playing with any pull sticks lately, and I'm just gonna say that. I don't even know what one looks like anymore. You're bad, Sandy. All right, Spirit. Show me present. Show me present energy, Spirit, for Sandy. Romantic love. You're on the move. Damn, Spirit showing me you're still like... Spirit showing me you're still like turned off from love. And I only say that, baby, because I have the Chariot here, which tells me you're very confident. You're ready to, you know, find your, I don't want to say damsel in distress, but I'm going to say your princess or your queen. You're looking for her. And this is showing you're confident. You know, you're wanting to go out there. You're like on this horse riding, like, you know, where are you at? I'm trying to find you type energy. But then the card that comes out with it is the Eight of Cups, which is like telling me, it's like, no, I don't want any love. I'm just like, I'm walking away from love. It's not important right now. It's like, I could care less if it's coming towards me. And this is kind of like the energy what Spirit's saying to me. It's like you're putting out there. So, which kind of confirms even this whole shadow self releasing card, letting go of the past, working through your issues, but also being, you know, your ego being at the, you know, part of this too. Wanting to be in control, unwilling to compromise type energy. The Spirit showing me more you're like shut off from love. So, let me see, Spirit. Well, okay, presently I understand that's what he's putting out there. I'm going to put this card back here in case. Two of Cups. Let's see. What's coming towards him, Spirit? What's coming towards Sandy? Love. Well, there she is. Queen of Swords. This is what's coming towards you. So, this is like someone that really thinks with their head more than their heart type woman. She would even be one that I would even describe as someone you would probably meet in like a bookstore, because there's more intellect than it is like working with emotions. And it's not that she's not tied to her heart. The Queen of Swords is, but it's someone who normally uses their logic and rationale more than their emotions. So when they, you know, go about, move about in life, is not emotion over head. They are actually one of those type of women who's head over heart type energy. So I would expect it to be someone like you would see in a bookstore. Someone you would see even like, I think of, even I'm getting medical. So like I'm thinking like a doctor's office, the hospital, you know, a nurse, someone like that. Because them too, they have to be very intelligent, very smart, using their head, especially when they're caring for patients. So it's that type of energy. So this is what's coming towards you. Um, yes, a very smart woman. A woman nerd. Yes. Yes, a nerd. That's a good way of describing her. And that's perfect, because God knows that's what I'm attracted to. I love a nerd. I find nerds and geeks, I find them very attractive. So, even though we're talking about you and a woman, but you get what I'm saying, baby. So, Spirit, clarify this Queen of Swords. What else? Well, she's someone who's very, how do I describe this? Spirit, give me the word. Because worldly just doesn't sound right to me. I get the world card, though, with her. So this is someone I feel who has traveled a lot, who has, seen a lot of the world, who has a lot of life experience behind her. So I feel like she would be bringing a lot of this to the table, too. And I even get the feeling like she would be the type of woman that would want to go out there and travel with you. Like, there's other places that she's still pining to go see, and she's, too, is looking for someone who likes to travel. So I get her as someone who, worldly would be one way to describe her. And I also feel like she's someone who would make you the center of her universe. Because I feel like that's the kind of love she's looking for. She's looking for that person who would go the extra mile. Um, and I'm not, I hate saying this, but it's also true in a lot of ways. And I know you would know this, Sandy. When I say this, how some of the younger generation, they're not the type of guys that are like you, or like, the way my dad was, where, old fashioned traditional with, okay, looking at a traditional relationship, from the old-fashioned standpoint. The man is the protector and the provider, and the woman is the one who takes care of the house and the kids, that type of relationship, right? So, by saying that, it's like I get the feeling that she would be the type, even, in her way of how she might express her love, how she might show it to you, like how I would expect you, or like my dad, y'all would go out of y'all's way, not just to be the provider and protector, but like if she were to break down on the side of the road and get a flat tire, like I feel like, she would be the type that, yeah, she knows she could call you and you would come to her and, help put a new tire on her car or whatever. But I feel like she would do that in return, if that makes any sense. Um, I also feel like she would make sure um, you would be fed. I do get that. So I'm picking up someone who does enjoy cooking. I do pick up, um, I'll say a decent cook. I'm not gonna say she's a good cook, but I'll say at least she knows how to cook. She can put a meal together. So I feel like you wouldn't go hungry at least. Now, whether you like the food or not, baby, I don't know. But I do feel like that's the kind of woman she is. I feel like she would, be the one that would make sure your house is clean. She would make sure you're fed, make sure, you got clean clothes. And I also feel like because she's more of the rationale and logic type of woman, I feel like she would also be good when it comes to money, to resources. She would know how to manage the money well. She'd be kind of like me in that way. She's not going to go out there and just spend money just because she has it to spend. I get someone who thinks, not just for the here and now or short term. She thinks long term. So she's thinking long term investment. She's thinking that in the context of both the relationship, but even the stability and the foundation, the framework of a relationship is what I'm picking up. And that's very good. Yes, very intelligent with her spending. I mean, I even kind of almost get like she might even be a little frugal, which that's not a bad thing. But I pick up more it'd be someone who um is like a either shop sales, if there's something she would need or something you would need, she would go out there and search for the sales first. Or she would be one who, you know, clips coupons. I do pick that up, so I do like that for you. And see, and I can't make this up. Two of Cups on the bottom again. So, alright, Spirit. What's the advice for her and for Sandy? Show me when she comes. Actually, you know what, Spirit? Can you give me one more card for her? Just so I can see what else can you express to me about her. That Sandy needs to be on the lookout for. Well, you might have a second one here. See, I should have left it alone, but no, this is good. Queen of Wands, baby. I mean, this could be her too. She could be very ambitious. I would take her as someone who's very successful, goal-oriented. But I feel like there is this prospect of someone else. Someone who would be very ambitious, who's successful, who's career-oriented, who has her goals set, you know, fairly high. But she's someone who doesn't just talk about, you know, these goals. She actually puts actual physical action into making them a reality. So this too would be, I feel like, a good match for you because she would be on your team. I pick up the energy of someone who's going to be your cheerleader, who's going to be the one that's going to be able to talk to you, who's going to be able to motivate you on those days that you're having a bad day and you just need some words of encouragement. Like I pick up, she would be able to read on that energy with you. She would nurture that side of you. Um, yeah, this is a different energy. Spirit just confirmed. She might be, I'm not going to say she's irresponsible. But she might be someone who might like more of the finer things in life, we'll say. Okay. Or someone that does enjoy, um, spending a little bit. Do I feel like it would be outrageous though? No, I don't pick that up. I do feel like she would be responsible, but I do also pick up she would be the type of woman who likes to go and buy stuff when, you know, she wants something, you know, and she works hard and she has the means to be able to afford it. She will. She'll go and get it. So I'm not picking up this as someone that you would necessarily have to worry about like running up your credit cards type energy. But I do pick up she is very ambitious. She likes the nice things, but she does put in the effort, the energy, the hard work, gives it more than 100%. And I feel like she would give this relationship, if you were to meet her and go out with her, I feel like she would give all of herself to you too. She may not be so domesticated to me in the aspect like the Queen of Swords is. To me, the Queen of Swords would be more of the one you would want in your home, the old-fashioned, you know, type energy. She's more career than she is being domesticated, we'll say. And that's the best way I can explain that. And even that sounds wrong, but that's what I'm picking up. So that's another possibility. So let's see. All right. Can I get one more card about this Queen of Wands Spirit since you just gave me a second one? What else can you tell me about this Queen of Wands? Well, she can be a heartbreaker too. I'm just letting you know, baby. So, Three of Swords tells me um, she's very attractive. It gives me the energy of she's someone that might have recently gotten out of a relationship. So, I feel like she would be the type right now if you were to meet her. Though I feel like she would be a good match for you too. But it might be someone you may have to just kind of like go slow with. I don't feel like you can go in and rushing in with her because of this Three of Swords being here. So, I feel like she's mending from, a relationship that ended. But I'm picking up she's pretty much more than halfway there as far as being over it. So, if you were to meet her right now, I feel like she would be open to you, but I don't feel like she would be necessarily ready to date yet. But I feel like she would be a good person that you can have as a friend. And I feel like if time is given to it, if you're patient, if you never meet this Queen of Swords, but you do meet this Queen of Wands, I feel like it's a possibility she'd be someone that you could develop a relationship with later. But I feel like it's going to be a slow thing, though. Just so you know. What else, Spirit? When it comes to this Queen of Wands, what else can you tell me about her? Yeah, she is going through an ending. So she's going through that deep wound because I do get the death card with it, with her. But this is telling me she's letting go. That, she's trying to shed the old. So she's really trying to shed this. Um, so she can release all of this, leave it behind so she can start over with someone new. Like I said, I'm not going to say she's completely closed off, Sandy, but I'm not going to say she's completely open either. Because like I said, she's still healing. But it's coming to the end of it. So I feel like this is what Spirit's confirming. She's coming to the end of getting over that heartbreak. So she will be open to love again soon. Give me one more, Spirit. And she's very abundant. Ten of Pentacles. So this is someone who, when I think of Ten of Pentacles, baby, which goes well with the Queen of Wands, because Queen of Wands is someone who's very ambitious, goal-oriented, motivated, successful, career-driven. Ten of Pentacles is another best way to describe them, because they're very focused on their money. They have more structure, in my opinion. They're the type of people you would expect to see in a management role. So this is someone I would expect to see that's a supervisor or a manager at her employer, or she can even be a business owner herself. So that goes perfectly the way, I read it, and Spirit's confirming that, yes, this is someone who is very goal-oriented, very passionate, very action-forward. Someone that I feel is very reliable, too. But it's not to say that this Queen of Swords isn't reliable, because she is reliable, too. She just goes about it a different way. So we got two different types of energies here. And you know me, baby, I don't like tying zodiac signs to anything. Because I don't want you just to be, thinking of, okay, well, what type of, what zodiac sign is she? No, baby. Just look for some of these characters, some of these traits. This is how I would approach that. Yeah, both are very responsible. And I like both of those. Ooh, and Spirit just gave me the chills. Alright, Spirit. Now, Spirit. What advice do you have for Sandy? Actually, let me put this to the side. Let me get another deck. I pull this one out. Alright, Spirit, show me. What advice do you have for seeing me? Please, thank you. Advice for Cindy, please. Trust your intuition, baby. I feel like this is being divinely planned for you, in fact. So, kind of like how this releasing card that I started off with, how you're just surrendering and allowing the divine to bring that person to you when you're ready and when they're ready. I feel like Spirit's showing me that they're confirming it to trust it. Trust your intuition. Trust the universe. Be in this high priestess energy, and for you to be a high priest, but trust your intuition. Trust those psychic nudges you're getting. Like if you feel like you're coming across someone, or you feel like you're gonna meet someone, let's just say, for an example, baby, you well, let's just say tomorrow you're at home working on your computer, and then maybe an hour later, you just get this random thought like, oh, well, you know, some hot wings sound good. How about I run up to the store? Or how about I run to this restaurant and get some hot wings? That sounds good. Baby, I feel like Spirit wants you to trust that. Because again, it's like how I'm saying to you, you're going to meet her out while you're doing something. I feel like you might even run into her if you're just, running a random errand like that. And Spirit's going to kind of guide you. They're going to kind of nudge you to kind of like leave the house, explore, go out. So anytime you feel that nudge, trust it. And Spirit wants you to be secure within yourself too, because you're showing yourself also in this King of Pentacles energy. Strong, mature, stable. You're very secure, financially. You're working towards, building on, your shadow self, improving, working with that, dark side of yourself to bringing it into more peace and harmony, which will be very attractive. So I feel like this is going to add that aura to you with you being in this energy. Just be strong and confident. So when you go out, baby, be this confident King of Pentacles. Like you think of a business owner, right? They got to be confident, when they're out there doing business, when they're out there in public, when they're out there talking to people. Be in that type of energy. Don't be in your shy self. I know you have a habit of getting there and, kind of closing off or being a hermit. Spirit saying don't. What else, Spirit? Ace of Cups. Yeah. Ooh. I love this. Ace of Cups. You're ready for this. You're ready for this new love. And again, Spirit saying they're bringing her to you. Just be open. And when I say I can't make this up, guess what? I got the Lovers at the bottom. So here it is. Ace of Cups and Lovers. That's powerful, baby. This gives to me soulmates. I'm picking up twin flame soulmate energy. So Spirit really is asking you to be patient and wait. That your soulmate is coming. I pick up the energy from you, Sandy, like you've done the work, baby. You know, all these years you've had, you know, experiences with, you know, past relationships, and you've learned a lot from them, and you're still learning, like we all are going to continue learning until the day we, you know, take our last breath. But I feel like you're even learning more and more about yourself and about what it is you really want, what it is you're willing to accept, but also the things that you're not going to tolerate, the things you're not going to put up with. So that way you will be more at ease, I feel, when you meet this person. Um, and I'm getting chills. Like I do. I feel like it's gonna be electrifying. It's gonna be a different feel to you. To me, it's not gonna be like anything you felt this far. That you're just gonna know. So it's here, baby. Just be confident and be patient. And I know, I know patience is a virtue, and I know it's hard to wait. But it's like I tell y'all, good things come to those who wait. But I like to say, better things come to those who go after it too. So be irresistible is what Spirit just said. I love that. Okay. I'm going to grab one more Oracle deck, baby. And find a different one. Let's see. Show me, Spirit. Oh. Actually, there's another deck I meant to pull for you that I forgot about. Let's see. I have a love blockage deck, baby, that I forgot to grab. And where's my angel deck? Can you use these two? Hi, Fred. You were literally gonna say that? Say what, baby? What I was just saying about it's hard to be patient. That I know. Love blockages. This is the other one I wanted to see. Spirit, what's blocking him? What's blocking Sandy from love? What else does he need to work on? What's getting in the way of Sandy meeting his soulmate? Show me, Spirit. And I had a clarity there. Maybe I'll put it up. Did I probably did. Yeah, I did. Hold on, there's one more. Because I'm not seeing it over here. No, that's not it. Where'd it go? I'll pull this one because this one will confirm. Yeah. That's these two. These other two. Real quickly. Alright. Spirit for C and D. Let's right, Tim. Sounds good, baby. I will. Thank you for being here. Sounds good, baby. I'll be on tomorrow night. I come on 4 or 5 nights a week, 10 p.m. Eastern is when I start my stream. But I'll read your email when I'm done, baby. So you have a good night, sweet dreams, and good luck tomorrow. All right, Spirit. What's blocking Sandy from love? Good night. Hi, Ethan. Show me, Spirit. It's blocking Sandy from love. It's getting in the way. Yeah, there seems to be some negative influences surrounding you still, baby. And that kind of does feel like, though, the shadow self over here, this being at the center with, you know, the rigidness and the tendency of not willing to compromise. But, you know, Spirit's also showing me, even though there's this toxic energy that might still be in your environment surrounding you, or this is something I feel like more you are still to a degree putting off out there because part of you is still shut off from love, that I feel like you are tired of waiting now and you're ready. And I get the tired of waiting card right behind it, right here. So, now what, Spirit? What else? Spirit just said raise your vibration a little more. Yeah, well, that's crazy too. I feel like for you, Sandy, to a degree, baby, even though you want love, you fear it at the same time. Because I have fear of expressing love right here. So it's Spirit's kind of telling me right here, and they're just really confirming to me, you know, on one hand, you want a new partner, you want love, but on the other hand, you're still kind of putting it out there that you're not interested. So I feel like because as long as you're putting that out there, it's going to be much harder for women to kind of be attracted to you, for one, or two, for them to kind of send off that energy like they would be interested, like they would say yes to you if you approach them and ask them, you know, for their number or engage in a conversation with them. So you got to change that energy, baby. You got to get rid of, you know, these negative thoughts you're still experiencing, and, you know, be a little more patient even though you're tired. I get you're tired of waiting, but also stop being afraid of love too. Allow it to come in if you really want it. I understand fearing it, baby. Hi, Allison. How are you, sweetheart? If you're ready for a reading, sweetheart, my readings are $40 US, girlfriend. If you want to send it through my Venmo or PayPal or Zelle, do I have a pinned comment? Yeah, I have a pinned comment in the chat if you want to check that out too, honey. And I can do a reading for you after I'm done with Sandy's. Okay, honey, sounds good. Alright, Spirit, what else? Give me one more, and then I'm going to use this clarifier. Show me. No, Spirit, you can't give me half the deck here. We scare you, baby? No. No, I understand. You're scared of getting your heart broken again, baby. It's understandable, Sandy. Yeah, Spirit's showing me there's still some growth that needs to take place here. Because of the perception I have. It's crazy how I just said that to you. That you kind of got to change the energy to where you're more approachable, to where you're more attractive for women to grow an interest in you. And at the bottom, I get how they perceive you. Differences in perception. So I feel like they're perceiving you in this energy of you're still have growth to do. There's still some issues here that need to be worked out because I have not quite grown, you know, in maturity. So it's not that you're immature, baby. I feel like there's still a lot of this over here. And you, again, just being shut off from love because you fear it. You're afraid of it. Understandable. Fear of love right here. So, and because you fear it, you put off this type of energy. So you got to detox your energy, detox yourself from having that type of energy. So people, especially women, but just in general, you'll be attractive to people want to engage with you. And, you know, having just that regular engagement with, you know, men and women, you know, to start up a conversation, to be more friendly, to be more laid back, relaxed. Um, Even your fun, your humor, allow your humor to come out. And you'd be amazed, you know, you just never know. You could just start up a random conversation with a stranger, with, you know, some guy, and then before you know it, y'all start, you know, talking and laughing. And that laughter could be what catches the woman, like, down the aisle, like if we're like in a store, like a grocery store, for an example. And you never know. You know, she may have never even noticed you were there until she heard you and, you know, the guy laughing. Or maybe it's another woman, but an older woman. You never know, baby. Those are those moments that will kind of catch you by surprise. But it might even catch her by surprise. Because like I said, I get the feeling like just like you're trying to surrender to the universe and waiting for the universe to bring her to you. But also at the same time, there's this part of you that has to put yourself out there and kind of, you know, change your energy so you feel more attractive. And so that way, you know, when you're out, like I said, I feel like she is also just kind of waiting. You know, it's not that she's rushing, but she's being, you know, open to it, but she's waiting for that right person to step forward. So, if that makes sense. So, start up those, you know, conversations, baby. Just small, you know, BSing around. You just never know. Be that right person, and you start laughing, and that's what will get it right there. All right, Spirit. Now clarify this for me real quickly. Makes sense? Well, I'm glad it makes sense, baby. Hey, Russell. How you doing, baby? Missed you, too. I've been reorganizing my office, Russell. I got all my oracle decks now hanging in, those, you know those organizers you buy for your closet door to, like, hang your shoes in? So they're not, like, just all over your floor? I got, like, 3 of those, and I filled up all 3 with different oracle decks that I have. Ooh, Russell. I can't wait to hear about it, baby. I know you've been telling me for a while you're going to email me, but I never get an email from you. I want to hear about it. Can't wait to hear about it. Zombrick. Is that Eric? Hey there, honey. Yeah, you should see it. I spent like 12 hours the other day in my office organizing, tearing down boxes that I had just kind of cluttered in the corner and all that good stuff. It's YouTube, Eric. For whatever reason, they start putting people's handles on here instead of y'all's, group chat, or not group chat, but y'all's chat names. So that's why. I figured it was you when you said that. And since you got a wrench, I knew it had to be someone I knew. Hey, honey. Allison, beautiful. You probably have to go through your bank. I either go through your bank that does Zelle, or go to Zelle and you'd have to type in my email address. So if you look in the group chat, or not group chat, why I keep saying group chat? That's interesting. If you look in the chat, you'll see a pinned comment. It's either going to be at the top or it's going to be at the bottom. You'll see my name highlighted in yellow. So if you open that, click on that, it'll show you my email. All you got to do when you go to Zelle, type in my email address and it'll pull up my account to where you can send a donation that way. It's been gravy, baby. Overall, it's been good. How about you, honey? All right, Spirit, clarify this for me quickly. For Sandy, when it comes to love, show me. Well, oh, wow. I'm sorry you've been sick, baby. Driving to New York, huh? Here it is. This seems to be a big thing, Sandy. Spirit showing me you're very guarded still. Kind of like what I was saying. I just didn't say guarded, but you're closed off. So Spirit showing me it's time for you to be more open, be receptive. Again, work on yourself, do something different. Be spontaneous, Sandy. Just do things that you never thought of doing before. Just randomly. Be adventurous. That, I feel like that will kind of bring you out to where you won't feel so closed off and guarded. Because Spirit's even showing me, if you're willing to put yourself out there for love, it will come to you. Here's this card that's telling me this. And you just being kind. You being your loving, giving, sweet, generous self. Because I have kindness at the bottom. So be kind to yourself, but, also don't forget to be kind to others, too. And I feel like even if, you were randomly, maybe even help someone unexpectedly, a complete stranger perhaps, that it's different things like that makes you attractive, that changes that overall energy that you carry, because even, like an act of kindness. Aw, that's so sweet of you, Sandy. Thank you, baby. Oh my goodness. I know what you mean, baby. But I feel like being spontaneous, just out and about, just on a whim, baby. Like, like let's just think of an activity, baby. Um, like zip lining, for an example. Just, you get a wild hair out of your butt that's like, man, I would like to know what it's like to, zip lining. I've never done that before. Instead of just talking about it, man, I would love to go out and zip line today. And then you go and, you check the internet, find place close that you can go to, and then you go. Or you call up a buddy and it's like, man, you want to go, zip lining? Man, this is something that I've been wanting to do, but I haven't done it. You want to go? Hey, let's go. If that makes sense, baby. Oh, there's that rigid self. Stubborn. Alligator wrestling. There you go, Sandy. Go wrestle an alligator. You just never know. That would be cool. Of course, that alligator would I would have to make sure at first that it has its mouth taped shut. All right, Spirit, one more for Sandy. Oh, yeah, it's this beautiful light you carry within you, baby. But even for you, like, here's this clarity card. And that's showing me, again, with this loving card, like, you carry this love and this light. And as long as you radiate that, it's going to open more doors if you be willing to receive it by sharing, by being more open, not being so guarded. That more people, you'll, catch people and attract more. Yeah, and I feel like you might even attract someone who has an adventurous spirit that would want to go out there and do some crazy things like that. You know, that's something I've always wanted to do. So, I know it's not easy for you, baby. I get that. I do. It's hard. It's hard. Especially when we've been so vulnerable in the past. It's hard to open up. I do understand. One more, Spirit. I'm going to pull from this other deck, and then I'll get an angel card for you. Show me, Spirit. One last piece of advice, Spirit. So when you meet that Queen of Swords or that Queen of Wands, yeah, Spirit's confirming that. I get the Boundless Spirit here for you. And this is from my Clarity Love deck. So it says, Boundless Spirit, your only limits are the ones you put on yourself. So break free. Become that limitless being. To where, sky's the limit. Where you're attractive. You can have any woman you want. I'm not saying get arrogant and cocky, but be strong. More of your alpha male, I feel, is what needs to come to the surface without being so rigid. So Spirit keeps saying rigid to me. Gotta let go of some of that rigidness that needs control. So be more lighthearted, be in that more relaxed state. That's gonna lure the right woman. A woman wants typically, yes, the provider, protector, the alpha type, but we also want to know that you will treat us, like a queen, and it's not gonna matter whether it's in public or behind closed doors. Yeah, you could be a dick to everyone else, but just don't be that way with me, because I'm supposed to be your sweetheart. And I'm kind of, it's kind of funny I say that, because, like, I think of, like, my daddy, okay? My daddy was that macho type man. As I've talked about him before. You remind me a lot like him. And so in public, to other people, whether it was at work or out personally, doing something else, random people or even friends of his, they would always look at my daddy and say, well, he always looks like he's pissed off. He always, he doesn't hardly ever smile. So he always had this intense suspense aura about him. So to where he could be looked at as being beyond approach. Um, I remember even my stepmother described him as intense because, he was all into sports too. But with me, my brother, and my mama, he melted in our hands, you can say. He was that more soft person. And yeah, maybe the outside world didn't see that side of him, but I knew that about him. My brother knew that about him. And my mom especially knew that about him. So that's what I mean. It's the balancing act of that, okay? You want to be a jerk to all them? That okay. That's your business. Just don't do it to me. I'm supposed to be your sweetheart. I'm supposed to be your safe place, your safe pillow that you can lay on. So that type of energy. And that's what I'm picking up, baby. Be more into that type energy and it will come out. She will come out. I feel like she's going to want to be in that type of energy with you. Like, yeah, this Queen of Swords energy especially. I feel like she's looking for like, okay, I'm used to you, kind of like me. Yeah, okay, yeah, you remind me of my father or my uncle or my grandfather. And everybody else would look at this woman like, what are you doing with him? He's a jerk. It's like, but that woman knows. To you, he is. But to me, no. He's completely different. So, that's what I see about you. And that could be very attractive still. Even to some women that may not have had like a strong father figure, we'll say. They tend to look for guys like that, but I think it's because they're not used to, um, for one, a strong male being in their environment, in their life like that, but one that really can be, headstrong, we'll say, stubborn. But like I said, can also be laid back, easygoing, and loving with the right people like you. And I love that. I'm glad you feel so relaxed and at home with me, baby. I always try my best to make y'all feel relaxed and comfortable with me. Alright, I'm going to get a couple angel messages real quickly, baby, for you. Close your reading out. Spirit, can I get a couple messages for Sandy? Closing messages, please, and thank you. What didn't work, Allison? Hold on, honey. I'm almost done, sweetheart. Spirit, can I get a couple messages for Sandy, please? Thank you. Oh, dang. Oh, I thought for a minute that was a pool cue. That would have been hilarious. One more, Spirit. Yeah, Spirit's showing me right now that you may still not be completely prepared yet for this new love, which I think you kind of know this because you're still working through it. Um, so they're showing me not prepared, and it says you're navigating a tricky situation. Create or reconsider your game plan before moving forward. So again, baby, this makes me feel though that right now you're not prepared because yeah, you are working on your shadow self, but yes, I feel like if you get yourself out there, engage with, the public, go and hang out with your buddies more. Even like I said, being out at the store, just you start random conversations with the people who work there, who see you on a regular basis. That I feel like is going to pull you out of that shell. That's going to make you more prepared for you to be able to be that very strong, confident man to be able to approach if you see a woman you find, that has caught your eye, that gets your attention. So you'll be more prepared to know how to approach her and what to say then. And this is also, to me, it's also confirming to readjust, what you're doing, how you're trying to meet someone, because like I say, it's kind of hard to meet people if you're just staying at home mostly. I'm not saying you can't meet someone online, that's a big thing, but I don't feel like this is meant for online. I feel like you're meant to be out there and meet her in person. And then the other one I got says, find your target. When you're in alignment with the universe, you will not miss your mark. Get clear on your desires and intentions. So, be in alignment with the universe. Set these desires and intentions, which I know you're working on. This is what you're trying to manifest. Like I saw over here, you wanting to manifest these new experiences with someone and also find um, that person, that newfound love that you've been seeking right here. So, and I know you've got a vision for it. So, think about it, make that game plan, become more prepared, and go out there and find her, baby. Just don't put yourself out there to where it's like you come across as, I don't like to use the word desperate, but for lack of a better word, but just be out there engaging, and she will come forward. I feel that makes sense. Needy. I mean, yes and no, baby. I mean, because I get at times you could probably be needy, but I mean it's not needy. I mean some women like that though. It's weird because there are some women who would really want a man who's like all up their behind 24/7. They would enjoy that, but that's someone who, to me, has abandonment issues, who has attachment issues to where they cannot function in life without having that person right by their side. Like they can't be independent and strong. So to me, that's not exactly what it is. Um, Needy's the wrong word. It's more of, Spirit, help me out here. Not clingy, not needy. But being like too even easy is not the right word. It kind of is, just not to be desperate, like you would accept anyone. I get the feeling more of Spirit saying make sure you have your bar set high to where you're not going to settle. So just because someone comes up and catches your attention, um, I'm not saying don't talk to them, but if you see any red flags there, make sure you, no, not interested. Okay, nobody's gonna be perfect, baby. So I'm not gonna say that there might not be a red flag, but if there's multiple there, that's like, and someone keeps telling you that's not her, no, she's not the one for you, listen to it. Is what I'm picking up. Yeah, I understand your bar is very high, which is good. That's what I want to hear, baby. Because you deserve someone extra special like that. You know, and we all deserve that love, but some of us, it's going to take a little longer to find it because we got our issues we got to work through. So we're ready for them. So it'll be a healthy love instead of an unhealthy love. And that's what I got for you, Sandy. Baby, I hope this reading has resonated for you. I hope it's helped. I hope it's giving you that clarity you need and that encouragement to keep going. Put your foot out there. Go find her. Because I feel like she's out there. She's waiting. So, be on the lookout, baby. Welcome back, DM. Oh, thank you, Sandy. So thank you so much again for trusting me to read for you, Sandy. It's always an honor, baby, to read for you. I always enjoy it. And you know, I learn something new about you every time, which is nice. Hi, Pickles. Oh, that's awesome, DM. Congratulations, baby. That's what I want to hear. That's great news. Hi. How you doing, Pickles? And hold on, Sandy. Let me put these decks up real quick, sweetheart. Put them back where I had them. Otherwise, my my desk will be covered. And I'll have different decks stacked on top of each other, and then I won't be able to function. So let me put these up real quick. First, put them back where I had them. Let's see. Be amazing. I can remember where I have them all placed. This one. This one. This one. Maybe. Yes, DM, I have, baby. I've actually been using them for the general collective. The problem is that the couple of pre-recorded readings I've done haven't finished uploading yet. I've still been waiting on that. Excuse me. But yes, I've been using them, baby. I actually saw a few more I wanted, but those are going to have to wait for another time. Um, okay, Allison, what were you saying, sweetheart? Talk to me, honey. You need a smoke? Okay, Sandy. Well, go enjoy your smoke, honey. Aw. Well, Pickles, I hope it continues to get better, baby, instead of worse. I'm keeping my fingers crossed, and that's right. Just be grateful, honey. That always brings good things when we're grateful. Oh, okay. Yeah, Russell. Baby, I did do a general at the beginning of this stream, but just so you know, from now on, my general collective readings will probably be pre-recorded. But I'm gonna have them posted every day. It's just, does YouTube, post it in time? Because, like, when I posted the one for yesterday, it showed me last night before I started the stream, it showed me it was like at what? I think it was 76% or something like that. But then I checked it today and it still hasn't posted. So it's like, what the heck is going on? And then I have another one that I'm trying to upload. So I'm hoping I'll figure it out how to get it all posted in time so y'all will have it. But yeah, it'll go to pre-recorded, baby, because I plan on starting memberships next month. So that's part of the reason why I'm going to do it that way. Plus the fact that when I do the general collective, when I've done them on the streams, I want to stay engaged with, the energy at the time. And I love chatting with y'all, but sometimes I get distracted or my, attention gets taken out of it. And I don't want to do that. So um, that's the other reason for it. Yes, baby, I do like the decks. Thank you, DM. And Allison, I do have Zelle, sweetheart. Um, but you don't have to worry about it because Sandy paid for your reading, sweetheart. So he decided to do something nice today. He's a sweetheart. He's very generous. And thank you again, Sandy. So yeah, I do like him a lot, DM. Um, I just want to, like I'm trying to find some different spreads to use because I want to be more targeted with some of the readings. So when I do like a love reading, I want to like approach it from different angles. Whether it's like a no contact reading or someone just starting to date someone, or even if they might have just broken up, different angles. So I just got to go through and look at all that. Yes, you did, and thank you, Sandy. That's so sweet of you again, baby. I appreciate it so very much. Hello, highways. But Allison, for now on, beautiful, I do have Zelle as well. And it would be the same thing. You'd have to type in my email address. Um, Hopefully I'll have my Cash App up soon. That's one of the other things that's on my to-do list. So, um, if you give me a few minutes so I can go and check on my kitty cat, and there was something else I had to check on real quick, and then I'll be back to do your reading, Allison. So you just got to think about what kind of reading do you want, honey, and I'll do my best to help to answer and help give you that guidance from spirit. So thank you for your patience, honey. I'll be back, y'all. Give me a few minutes. Sorry about that. My kitty cat that I have, he got loose a couple weeks ago, and I've been waiting for him to come home. I was afraid someone grabbed him. And thankfully, because I had my garage door open still, he ended up being in the garage when I opened the door. So I had to get him situated, and of course my other cat's not happy, but he'll get over it. Oh. Okay, Allison. Beautiful. So what is it exactly do you want? You know, you're saying you're going through a lot. Um, is there a specific area you want me to focus on? Like, is it, career? Is it, love? What's on your mind, girlfriend? So I kind of know which direction to go in. And he is a sweetheart, even though he won't ever admit it. That was very sweet and generous of you again, Sandy. Thank you so much, honey. I love reading. Okay, girlfriend. Is there someone on your heart right now that you need clarity on, or are you looking for love like Sandy is? You're single? Okay, girlfriend. So, let's see. I don't know what decks to pull. See what you're attracting and manifesting first. Let's see. I'll just use these few right now until I get into the nitty gritty of this. Let's see. Let's see. Spirit, show me for Allison. Is she attracting? right. Spirit for Allison. Show me. What is she attracting right now? I want to see what's been going on. Show me recent past. Romantic love for Allison. Nope, you got a secret admirer that you're not aware of. I feel like it's someone in your close circle, someone you're in contact with. It might even be someone you work with. But there's a secret admirer who has their eye on you. Why is my nose running? Oh. But then I feel like in the recent past you haven't been taking things seriously. Or I feel like for someone, besides this secret admirer, you are attracting someone who isn't serious. There's someone who likes to play games. So, and that could be the trouble maybe you're having, is maybe even this secret admirer is like playing games. So I could even pick up like someone who is all in their ego. So this is what you've been attracting in the recent past. Now I want to see what you've been attracting presently. Show me, Spirit. Wow, honey. Your energy's coming off like you've been really disappointed. I feel like you're someone who falls in love fairly easily. I get the energy of someone who's a hopeless romantic. And that's not a bad thing. You're just someone who really genuinely, when you meet someone, it seems like your heart runs away from you. You give all, instead of just gradually opening up. But I feel like for some reason, that's been kind of where some of the disappointments have come in, to where how do I put this, Spirit? Instead of gradually allowing someone to win you over, you kind of just open up like a big rose that just blooms overnight. And because of it, I feel like that could be where some of even this energy is coming in. Like, you're attracting those type of guys, I feel, that don't want to be serious, but they get a kick out of getting someone to fall in love with them. Someone that they, will pine for them, fall all over themselves over. So this is where some of these disappointments are coming in at. And though, this is, you standing out in a sense of attracting those type of people, I do feel like there is someone out there who you are catching their attention. You seem to be not like the rest, is what I just heard. So you are standing out to someone. But I don't know if this person is looking for that type of relationship that's not the traditional, as this card is even saying, unconventional. So unconventional can mean so many things. You could think of, old-fashioned tradition that expects a woman to be home cooking, cleaning, that kind of, energy. Maybe this is someone who, maybe they somewhat, want someone like that, but that's not the most important thing. They could be someone who actually, and this is just, you know, so you understand, I'm not saying this is the way it is, Allison, but just think of like unconventional. When I think of unconventional, I think of someone that kind of likes to go to, um, oh, I can't believe I'm going to say this, but just to add context to this, like a swingers club. you know, that's very taboo. It's not conventional. Not saying that that's what you're attracting, but I'm just trying to give you a context. So it's someone that's not going to be looking for the typical old-fashioned type of relationship. Whether that's what you're wanting or what you're looking for or not, I feel like if you're not looking for that typical type of relationship, maybe you're looking for more of that modern day relationship where it's equal give and take, to where old fashioned to me is someone, you know, like a man who takes charge, who's the provider and the protector, and the woman takes more of the role of the domestic, you know, housekeeping, you know, taking care of the kids and cooking and such. Not saying that she can't be career driven too, but it's kind of that energy, you know, old fashioned is more someone who's at home more, to where more, you know, unconventional to me is also a modern woman, but to be far unconventional would be something like that. You work a lot. Another air sign. Yeah, it's possible. Don't just look at it as zodiac sign, so Allison. And I say this beautiful because here's the problem that I have with the when I do love readings or even general readings. I don't like giving out zodiac signs. And the reasons behind it is because not everybody's familiar with the zodiac. You know, like they might know their sun sign for an example, but they may not know their entire birth chart. So an example would be like me. I'm a sun Pisces, but I'm also an Aries rising and a Taurus moon. So when, you know, I mentioned like if someone were to do a love reading, like, you know, it would be my soulmate. Let's just say my soulmate out there, you know, got a reading from somebody and they're like, oh, well, she's a Taurus. But if he were to meet me and ask what my zodiac sign, I would tell him Pisces. I wouldn't bring up the other part, not knowing if he understands that or not. So he's out there looking for a Taurus, not realizing I'm also a Taurus. It's just deeper in my birth chart, and that's what I mean. So try not to put the zodiac signs tied to it. Now, different traits of different zodiac signs is different, but I just don't want you to have tunnel vision only looking for a specific zodiac sign. You're so old-fashioned. Yeah, I'm very old-fashioned in many ways, but I'm still modern too. I'm hard to explain. I'm just a mess. One more spirit, show me. So the type of guy you could be attracted may not be the type of man you want right now. Now what's coming in for the future? Show me. Spirit, what's the future hold? What could she be attracting? Well, I feel like you might be attracting someone who is career driven. Someone that could be, you know, we'll say pretty, you know, successful at what they do. And for whatever reason, I'm picking up an energy of someone that does like messes with numbers. So this is like someone who's like an accountant, even a banker, someone who works in finance. Like maybe they might even be like the person at the car dealership that does all the financing part of, you know, the car sales. I'm getting numbers though for whatever reason. But there's someone that I feel is very logical. You say air sign, yeah, that could be an air sign, but I actually feel it could be more of a fire sign too. Um, because they're very goal driven. They're very ambitious usually. They're like the ones, they are the leader. Um, so this is telling me this is someone who's very strategic. And this is kind of what you're trying to attract is a type of energy like that. But this could also be you also putting out this type of energy that, like it's not going to be easy, so to speak, to be able to get your number, for an example. Like, I feel like someone's going to have to work for it, or when they do possibly eventually get your number, I feel like you're going to be a little more reserved. You're not going to be so easy going to open up and be more vulnerable right off the bat. So I get someone that's going to be like, no, you got to work for it. Not saying you're playing hard to get, and people would say that's games. That's not what it is. It's just it's gonna take some time to peel back the layers of who you are, to where someone's gonna have to prove themselves to be worthy, more or less, to me, that they're deserving of getting to know you on a deeper level. And it's kind of like how I would say to people in general. It's what my parents also told me. Um, you have to undress a person's soul before you can undress their clothes. And that's kind of like what I'm getting with you. Like, you're not going to be someone who's going to be so easily um, being able to just go and take to the bedroom and have a one night stand type energy. I really feel like this person will have to really work for it. Not saying it, that it would happen even if they, put in all the what do they describe it today? Like love bombing, that you would, be so easy to do that. But I'm just saying, like, you would have to make them work for it, to make them work for wanting that type of time and attention and getting to know you, getting to know those deep aspects of who you are. And I feel like um, you'll be out there willing to explore things more. I don't feel like, as it has been, I feel like it's been very structured, your approach on love and who you date or where you even look. I feel like spirits want you to open your horizons more. And in the future, I feel like you're going to start doing that by testing the waters, exploring more, just to see what else is out there. Because I'm getting the energy right now that what you're doing, it's not that it's not working, but it's not really helping either, because you're still not finding Mr. Right. And I feel like that's what you're looking for. You're looking for that life partner. So, but it could be that you're falling for the wrong type of man or looking in the wrong places. So, um, like I was telling someone else, don't go to the bars, okay? And it's not that you can't find someone stable and secure there. That's not what I'm saying. But most times it seems to be like someone who's looking for a good time. They're looking for, to party or a one night stand. They're not willing to go beyond that, and it's rare when it happens from what I hear. Um, so I would be like the one that would be looking like someone had said church, yes. Look for like a nerd, yes. Someone at a bookstore, okay. But um, I would actually look somewhere that has your interest. Like, what I mean by that, like a hobby. So, what is there something you do that you enjoy that brings you a lot of happiness that someone else might also have the same interest in? And that could be a possibility you meet them there. Like for me, I'm a bowler. I've been bowling since I was in diapers. I also shoot pool. And yes, those two places, yeah, they kind of have a bar in it, yes, but I'm still not going up there looking to meet people. Um, but it's something that I have a lot of, interest in. So is there that possibility I might meet someone there? Yeah, and they'll have the same interest in me or interest in that, and then possibly have an interest in me. So, what is that place? What is that one thing or those two things? And if you've already started doing that, then I would encourage you to look elsewhere, look outward. What else have you thought of that's come to mind where maybe in, recent years you're like, oh, well, I wouldn't mind going parasailing, for an example, and you haven't done that yet because you've been wanting to save it to do it with someone like, your future partner, soulmate type. Well, maybe this time to, instead of waiting, get with one of your best friends and go do something like that. And that might be where you meet them. And then that's, you know, that could be part of your love story. And then eventually y'all can go and do that together. So explore outward. Very quiet and very reserved. Yeah, I understand. Do you feel like you're more of like a bookworm nerd type where you're just, you know, you're happy being home on the couch, binge watching your favorite show or reading a book? Or do you have that sense of adventure? Yeah, I'm sorry. I I can relate. And I know it's not easy. You're a homebody. Yeah, it's time to come out of that homebody energy, honey, and put yourself out there. Because you're not going to meet anybody sitting at home on your couch, right? Unless you're looking just solely on the internet, you know, going on dating sites, which I'm not going to say you can't find love out there, because I've heard of people finding their, you know, their future spouse. In fact, it's funny. Even my stepdaddy, after my mama died and he had gotten over her, or not over her, but come to peace with, you know, her death, and he started putting himself out there. He did go to the internet. He went to those dating sites, and he did meet someone, and he eventually married her. So I actually picked out her engagement ring when my daddy was ready to propose to her. So you can meet someone on dating sites. I've heard of it. I've had stories of it. Um, but I think more so you want to meet someone face to face. It's not that it can't happen, because I have met guys myself on the internet before, and someone I fell deeply in love with, in fact. Um, but I feel spirits wanting you to pull you out of your shell. There's other things you're meant to do, meant to explore, meant to see. Even other people, meeting new friends to kind of get you out of your shell. Because I feel like the person that wants to come towards you is someone who's more adventurous, who's an extrovert instead of an introvert. You're a chef. Wow. You love to cook. What kind of food do you like cooking? What's your favorite food? Or what do you traditionally normally cook when you work? That's impressive, girlfriend. So you're the kitchen. Yeah, I can see that. You work for a retirement home? Okay. Hey, that's sweet, honey, that you do that. So you got to cook a little bit of everything depending on what kind of food that person can eat, because obviously a lot of them would have a lot of, you know, diet restrictions and such, like being a diabetic, for an example. Well, that keeps it fresh. That keeps it exciting, too. Instead of just, you know, working for a specific restaurant, like if they only make, you know, Italian food, for an example. So I get that. Love it. All right. Now let me see what you're manifesting. Seeing what's coming towards you. What is Allison manifesting in love? Spirit, what is Allison manifesting in love? Wow. Do you have a tendency to go after the bad boy type energy? I only say that because Spirit showing me this temptation card makes me feel like someone who you would fall for, like the bad boy type energy. And I don't mean like someone who's already in prison or jail, but someone who likes to break the rules, we'll say. I do too. I love all kinds of food. I just don't eat a lot like I should, but I do enjoy food. And I enjoy eating all different kinds of food. Because the other one I have here is Spirit, like saying you need to put yourself out there and explore new experiences, travel. So I feel like for you, Allison, you might even experience, if you do go out in a, venture out, maybe even go on a trip, like take a weekend trip if you can manage to take time off work, if you have the resources to go out and do it, or get with one of your girlfriends, be like, hey, how about we go, here for the weekend? Just a girls' trip, just to get away. And I feel like you might run into someone doing something like that. Because it's not something you would normally do. And it's also something that will get you out of the house instead of being the homebody that you've been. So, Spirit saying, explore outward. You do get a lot of intention, but you walk away a lot. Okay, well. Yeah, avoid the bad boys. Don't fall for them. I'm not trying to speak bad about them, but they're not the stable, secure type of guy you can, see yourself having a serious long-term relationship with. What else, Spirit? I'm getting secret admirer again. So Spirit showing me like there's still someone out there. But be careful. That's interesting. Because I got secret admirer in games when I first pulled out those cards. And I'm using a different deck. And I'm getting secret admirer right here. But I get the evil eye with it, which is telling me like this person won't be, mature, stable, secure. Like I feel like this person would be someone that has some deep-seated wounds. They might even and I how do I say this? Someone that's going to be jealous and insecure. So I feel like you would need to watch that. And I almost get whoever this person is, I get kind of stalkerish vibes. Would be the best way I could put it. Like it's someone that would want to control, want to know where you're at if you were to get involved. Someone that would question you. I feel like even in the essence, they would ridicule you. Like, oh, who were you just talking to? And then when you come home, like let's just say it gets serious, and if you were to come home, well, where you been? Well, who you been with? Well, what's his name? Like I feel like you would get they would interrogate you. So be careful that this person who I feel would be very jealous, if you were to get involved with them, that it would not turn out well. You've had someone like that in the past, you already know what I'm talking about, because I've had those experiences, and yeah, I avoid them like the plague. I don't want a jealous person. I can't handle that. So, I get it, girlfriend. What else, Spirit? But because you are who you are, I feel like you attract them. I feel like because you are, of course, the cards went on the floor, stood over. I feel like because, um, let's try this again, Spirit. Okay, I feel like because you are like that homebody, because you're quiet, because you know, keep to yourself, that would attract them. Because I feel like they would look at you like, well, she doesn't look like the party girl. She's not out there trying to, you know, engage with people, which means she would have more time to focus on me and I won't get so jealous and overreact. If someone would approach her, she's not going to even give them any time of day. Or I'm not going to have to worry about her running, you know, off with her girlfriends and leaving me at home wondering where is she at, who is she with, that type of energy. That's what I'm picking up. The 90s and 2000s. Well, girlfriend, hey, the 90s and 2000s, I mean, that's me too, honey. I'm an 80s baby. I was born in 81, so I get it. That's some good music, but I also like the 80s music. All right, Spirit. What's coming in for the future? What is she trying to manifest in the future here? I feel like you have a lot of inspiration to find love. There's hope in it. I just picked up on someone you might meet at work. I picked up on someone that, like, I see someone else cooking. I see them, I can't see their face, but I do see someone wearing like a chef's outfit. So it might be someone that works at another restaurant. I feel like this is someone you might even run into if you've ever considered like trying to go to, you know, just randomly trying like a cooking class just to learn something new, just to get out there, do something different. Or even go to like one of those wineries, you know, like at one of those hotels, like they got one near me. Um, they have a huge winery and I know they have like a nice restaurant that's kind of upscale. So I feel like, you know, something like that, if you know, have any places like that around you, that might be possibly where you go meet them at. Like I feel like you and a girlfriend go there and you just might randomly see someone that catches your eye and you catch their eye. And then y'all connect. Let's see. No, Spirit. Show me. You're hungry for it. Oh, wow. At the bottom of my deck, I got lovers. Wow, you might have more than one that might come forward. And I feel like it might be very passionate for you to the point that you might have a hard time deciding. If you, like, I get the energy that you might just randomly start talking to someone and develop a friendship with them. It may not start romantic, but you start, getting to know each other. And then I feel like sometime, maybe not far off down the road from there, someone else steps forward. And so you might start, talking to them again, to, I don't know why I said again. That's weird. I didn't mean to say that. Um, but maybe it's someone from your past, even, that might step forward, that might return to where it, yeah, Spirit saying someone from your past might return. There might be a new person, but then there's going to be someone from your past that's going to come in. And I feel like it's going to be a hard thing for you to have to decide, because I feel like you're going to have these feelings over here for your ex, um, that may not have gotten resolved, or I feel like even you might still have a deep love in there for them, that they're going to end up being able to break out in you, which is going to put you in that situation that when you meet someone else that's new and that you grow this kind of passion intensity for, you're going to find yourself torn between them. Which way do you go? And beautiful, this is what this is my advice. You do what you want, beautiful, but I'm just going to give you my advice here. If I were you, I would give the new person a shot before I give an ex a shot, because the ex has already shown me, for whatever reason, the relationship ended. The new guy deserves a chance before you just go back to the ex. But if the feelings are just so, deep and like they're hard to resist, then don't, let the other guy on either. Don't lead them on. Make sure you're clear and upfront. But I do feel like there's going to be two, possibly two, coming in. Hello, Alex Collins. Yes, I accept Super Chat, but if you're looking for a reading, sweetheart, through the Super Chat, it's double what my prices are, because YouTube takes half of what you donate through the stream. Oh, I see. Oh, I just got chills. Okay. Well, I can pull cards on your, on the guy that went away. I would just need his name, so I can tap into your energy and kind of feel that out a little bit. The other two guys at your work, does either one of them catch your attention? Like, is it someone you would consider? Because I'm not picking up you would consider them, but I do feel like there is someone somewhere else. And yeah, this guy that went away, okay, that could be a possibility, but Spirit's saying that's not the only one. It's someone else. So, all right, Spirit, stop. Like, Spirit's showing me they're giving you signs of this person that you already are aware that they might even already be crushing on you. Spirit said, like, you're seeking them out. Like, you might, go up and maybe say hi to them, ask them how they're doing or how their day's going. Just, small chat, but you don't go beyond that. You still stay very guarded. So I think, like, you're hard to read. And maybe that's why the secret admirer, whoever I'm picking up, it might be hard for them to approach you, because they're still trying to figure out, would you even be interested if they were to, ask you for your number, or, want to date you or anything like that. Okay, so they're already in relationships. I got you. So, see, this is, And that's probably why spirits are not telling me it's them. But the one that went away, I feel like he's going to come back, but then there's someone else that's going to step forward. So if you do another event somewhere, beautiful, but I don't, spirits are not even showing me this is going to happen at work. This is going to happen when you're out just with friends. Um, like you might go to um, like a cooking demonstration, a conference of some kind, to where you both are going to have this in common. Or maybe you just randomly, you know, um, since you're a cook, you know, I'm assuming you cook a lot at home for yourself, but we all, you know, every now and then don't mind going out and allowing someone else to cook for a change. So I feel like maybe that might be the time you might meet someone, whether it's the actual person in the kitchen or it's, you know, someone that's waiting on you, or it could even be like the manager of the restaurant. That's what Spirit's showing me. It's going to be something like that, though, because they're showing me the inside of a restaurant. So, because I'm even seeing like all the tables, the booths. So they're showing me someone in like a uniform. Um, I'm picking up it's possibly the chef, the cook, but it could even be, you know, someone else, maybe the floor manager, maybe the kitchen manager. You're a foodie, you try all kinds. I love that. I like trying new foods too, girlfriend, but I gotta admit, I'm picky too. You would probably hate to cook for me. No, I'm not that picky. I just, I try not to insult the chef, but I like what I like. So my example would be like, I go to this fine dining restaurant. It's my favorite restaurant here in Atlanta. And they have this peppered steak. It's a filet mignon, and it's on like um, a potato cake, but then they have onions and mushrooms on top of it, and it's in some type of sauce. So instead of it being on an actual flat plate, it's being served in like a bowl, right? Well, because it has this sauce, you know, call it gravy. I always tell them I want extra seasoning and I want extra sauce. You know, I want my meat swimming in that sauce. Or I'm the type that I want extra dressing on my salad. And don't just bring me 2 little cups. You need to bring me a big cup because I will pour it on my salad. So I want my lettuce swimming in my dressing. Oh, that's me, honey. So I don't mean, you know, I'm sure some chefs, you know, don't like it, but I mean, I like what I like. So, and when you pay for it, you should get what you want. So, but anyway, so I do see 2 people coming forward. Now I want to see, let me get into this tarot. Spirit, show me. Coming forward. Show me Spirit for Alice. Who's coming forward? Check on it. One more, Spirit. All right. To each its own. Yeah, honey. I can't help it. Show me, Spirit. It's coming forward. someone possibly younger than you. Knight of Pentacles. So this would be someone I feel that's younger than you. Doesn't have to be by a lot, just someone who's younger than you. And someone that, to me, would be someone who's possibly career driven too. They're working on their money. They may not be completely stable and secure financially, but they're working on it. And they do have goals in mind that they have set that they're hoping to meet within a reasonable amount of time. Um, I pick up that they may be, um, I get like someone who can be very fast as far as they don't want to take their time. So I feel like they would like come rushing in and want to try and sweep you off your feet. So I get fast moving action with this energy. So if you're looking for something that could probably take off overnight, I feel like that would be him. And that's not saying that this person would be like the one that would be like, oh, can I have your number? Oh, let's go out on a date. Oh, you want to go back to my place and I want to take you, to bed per se. That's not what I'm saying. But I do feel like they might be someone that you might be able to connect with easy, that you might let your guard down a lot easier with than you would if it was like, to me, someone that's like over here playing games. And I feel like you are smart enough, Allison, to know when a guy is playing games, when that person's not going to be serious, when they're not going to want to settle down, when they still want to go out and, have fun with the guys and leave you at home by yourself, and they, would date more than one person too. So I do feel like this is one of them that's coming forward. But Spirit's saying it might take some adjustment with this person. I get there's some quirks about him that might not align with you completely. But that might be a good thing because I get the feeling like this is what Spirit's trying to get you to kind of like come out of your shell, to not just stay structured to the type of guys you date, but look elsewhere. So um, I feel like he would be one that would pull you out of your shell. That would be spontaneous. But I do feel like they would take their time with you. I feel like they would want to spend time, and I feel like they would invest in this. All right, what else, Spirit? Who else is coming forward? Listen. Well, there's that choice. So when you're going to have to choose, who is it, Spirit? I have Two of Swords out here. What does that mean, Spirit? Yeah, Spirit's confirming. It would be fast action. Fast moving action. But I feel like it would be positive action towards you with the Eight of Wands. But I still feel like you're going to be torn. I'm getting a torn energy. So I'm picking up like maybe this is the ex coming back. That you might end up trying to decide between them. Two of Swords is all about being stuck. It's a stalemate type energy. It's, being stuck like on the fence. You're sitting on that fence and you're trying to figure out, do I jump down to this side or do I jump over here? So that's you having to figure out, who do I choose? But you're stuck because it's almost like you don't want to choose. You're not ready to choose, or you're scared to choose. And so what ends up happening that I tell people is not making a choice is also making a choice. So that's like Spirit coming in instead and saying, okay, well, if you're not going to choose, we give you these options. There's certain things you may still need to learn, or things we want you to understand to be, a better person and also a better partner. in the future. But if you're not willing to take these lessons right now, well, you know, I guess we're going to have to make this choice for you instead. And just let me tell you, beautiful, you may not like the choice the universe decides for you. So if you end up in this situation sometime down the road, within the next, coming weeks or even months, make sure you're sure about who you want. Don't stay, don't be on this teeter totter, okay? Trying to figure out, like, well, I can't decide yet. I like you. You have these traits, and this is what, I'm attracted to, but then I like you over here because you have these other traits that I'm, attracted to. So that's where I find people get stuck because they want this perfect person, but they can't get all these traits and qualities into one person. So they see some of these over here, but then over here, there's the rest. And so if they keep dating both people, they get their fill of both needs and wants and what they're looking for. And I'm not saying do that. If you want to date multiple people, beautiful. There's nothing wrong with that. Just be upfront. That's what you're doing. Don't keep them in the dark like that. It's not right. Whether it's the ladies or the guys, always be um straightforward with them. So there's no second guessing or there's no misunderstanding. But I do feel like this is going to happen very fast because this Eight of Wands is coming in. And this is fast-moving action. So I feel like this person, this Nine of Pentacles over here, I feel like he is very fast-moving, fast action. I feel like he will be someone that you'll learn a lot from if you're willing to open yourself up to him. But do I feel like it would be long-term necessarily? I'm not picking that up. But this might be someone that you can still date. And I'm not saying go ahead and date them for however long until Mr. Right comes along. That's not what I'm saying, but I feel like there's still something else that has to happen. You need to experience, you need to learn that you're supposed to grow from before I feel like the universe is going to bring Mr. Right to you. You hate being a Libra sometimes. I got a lot of Libra in my chart too. I got like 3 or 4 placements where Libra shows up, and it's like, wow. And then when I think about it, it's like, yeah, I kind of do have those Libra tendencies, don't I? Be proud of who you are, honey. There's nothing wrong with it. We're all meant to be different. All right, Spirit. Who else? Who's coming forward? Who's this other person? That's what I want to know, Spirit. Who's this other person? Well, I feel like this is someone that would be romantic. I also pick up it's a younger energy. I get Knight of Cups. So this is telling me this person would be like that one that wants to come in and sweep you off your feet. The type of energy that uses their heart over their head. Like you being a Libra, you're more head over heart. Knight of Cups is more heart over head. I feel like, even someone might even describe a Knight of Cups as being like someone who would come in and love bomb you, and they would come rushing in too. But I get the feeling this person is more stable. I feel like this might come with some challenges where you would have to adjust to you being head over heart, them being heart over head. But that can help balance both sides, where you both get your feel of your wants and your needs from each other, and you grow from that, you know. So when I say heart over head, I don't like putting zodiac signs to this girlfriend. And I said why. I'll just mention one and you take it how you want to take it, honey, okay? I think of like someone who's a Pisces like me. We're very the hopeless romantic, go out of our way. We fall hard, and when we fall hard, it's like there's no help in us. But that could be good for our partner, but of course, everybody that's around us looks at us like, you're a fool. But, someone that I feel would be very compassionate, nurturing, caring. They would go out of their way just to see you smile. I think of someone that would go out and just randomly stop by the store and pick up, a rose for you and surprise you. Be romantic in that way, just to let you know you're on their mind. Or they would write you little notes, or they may even be one who likes to write poetry. And they'd be good at that. They're very good at articulating their feelings, and they do feel deeply. Um, so I feel like this Knight of Cups might be the person you might be waiting for. But like I said, I feel like there might be some challenges here because of that adjustment. But you're saying you do love hard too, which I do know Libras can. But, I know still sometimes y'all tend to think more with your head than your heart. So it's like if there was a heart or head decision that needed to be made, I feel like there's more times you would use your head more than your heart. And it's not anything bad against you, okay? So please don't misunderstand me. You don't, what I mean by that is you're not going to be so quick to emotionally react like me, I'm going to react, and it could be good or bad. Um, to where you, instead of acting out in emotional way, you act out with your thoughts, your mind, your, strategic. Um, you stay more cooler head. I feel like you're more patient in that way, which will be beneficial, especially to take on someone who might be more connected to their heart and, reacts more with their heart than their head. So I feel like there will be that balancing act, though. Yeah, you need that balance because you are the justice after all in the tarot. And the tarot Libra is the justice card. And that makes perfect sense. You want that give and take. And Knight of Cups, I feel, would give you just as much as you'd be giving to him. They would be ones that would want to give to you, would want to treat you like a queen, that would put you on a pedestal, that would be proud to have you on their arm, that would go out there and share you with their friends and family. Like they're not ones that's gonna hide you. Like they can't hide their feelings. Yeah, they may be afraid to express it to you, um, but eventually it's going to come out because it's going to be too much. So they will say it. Um, and when they do, like, I feel like if there's even any hesitation, I guarantee they'll be taking you home to meet, their friends and then eventually their family. You overthink, Libra. Yeah, I understand. And you can't overthink, honey. Try and sometimes allow your heart to lead you a little more than your head. All right, who else, Spirit? Show me one more. Is there anyone else? I feel like there's a third person here. Page of Wands. No. Show me. Page of Wands. I mean, the page is a younger version. It's a young person too, but they don't necessarily have to be young. It could just be someone who's not mature, is the best way to put it. But they'd be someone that would come rushing in. Like, I feel like they would, like, approach you with this Page of Wands. They would approach you, but they would not be one right off the bat that you can see long-term with. because it's more of like the best way I can describe a page of wands, or just even a page. When you think of yourself like a child, right? In our younger years, like in grade school, back when, like in like say fourth or fifth grade, we get those crushes, we might become boy crazy, that kind of energy. That's how you got to look at a page. That's pretty much what it represents. So though back then it's like, oh, that's who I'm gonna marry. Oh, me and so we're gonna go to the chapel and get married, that kind of thing. But we're young, we don't know better. We don't have any experience. We don't understand everything else that comes with it. That's what I get with the Page of Wands, okay? So that's how I describe a page. Now, the Wands is just someone that's very ambitious, goal-oriented, um, that would be out there wanting to chase after success. They might even be someone right now who may not be so into wanting to get serious. That because they're still maybe either immature in that way, or they don't have a lot of experience with relationships. So they're not going to be the one that you can look to right off the bat, who's going to be one that you can say, okay, well, I want to get married within 2 years. Are you on board with that? Like, do you want to go serious? And I'm not going to sit there and say that they don't have that want or desire deep within, but do they have the actual action? If it was a knight, okay, but a page, not so much. That it's still immature. So this could even be someone in their 30s or 40s, and they're just still, like, I think of like a man child. That would be the other best way I would describe a page, like a man child. And it's not that they're bad, they just could, everyone's different. A man child or someone that likes to come home, they go to work and they come home and maybe they want to play video games. Okay, maybe they're addicted to playing video games. But in process of them, okay, they're at home, you're there with them, but instead of you getting any of their attention, they're focused on the video games. That's what I think. That's what I'm picking up. So you might be for that if you're into playing video games. So that could be something else you might be able to connect with them with. But overall, everything else, I wouldn't count on it, beautiful. But it's an option out there. And it's someone that you might even just need a karmic lesson from. So it could be a karmic. It's just someone that spirit's bringing into your life to kind of teach you something. A lesson that you haven't learned yet. Or maybe one that they tried to teach you in the past, but you didn't get. So now they're trying to be like, hey, listen, we tried teaching you this before, but you didn't, listen the first time. So here it is again. Let's try this again. And then take the lesson and learn from it and move on. So, because they do that to help prepare us better long term for our long term future. Both, when it comes to romance and when it comes to even our, professional career and even our personal growth and our personal spiritual development. It applies to all of that. And, even in a sense, and I just got chills, even when it comes to our family and friends, it's that emotional development and the mental development that comes with it. So the page would not be as emotionally stable. Could they be mentally because they're focused and driven to a degree? Yes, but do they have everything in line to get their career, going and for it to take off, to meet you where you're at currently? That's the other part of this that, and I just saw a bright spirit orb. So that's confirming, like that's telling me they're not career stable. Though that's something they want, that's something they're working towards, but they don't have it just yet. So I don't know if that's something you want to take on either, but that's the other person that spirit's putting forward that could be coming in. You just heard man child. Well, baby, I don't look at you like a man child, Sandy. You're not a man child. You may like playing video games. You're just a big nerd, baby. Nerds are sexy. Like I said, geeks are sexy. Oh, I'm sorry, honey. And those lessons are hard to, swallow, aren't they? You know, especially when they hurt us badly. I've had some of those myself, girlfriend. Um, you know, I don't know how long you've been watching me. You said that you've been watching me for a little bit, but I don't know how much of me you know. And so, in case you don't know this about me, I do have someone I'm legally tied to, but we don't have a marriage. There's nothing going on there. And there hasn't been for many, many years. And when I say many years, I'm saying 7 years. It's been this way. Before, he was all about me. You know, he was very attentive. He was responsible. He was a hard worker. You know, he was a manager for a global wide company, in fact. So he was one of the higher up managers for this company. But as soon as he got laid off, he just, I lost him in a way that I've never been able to get him back. And it's like that's part of his ego that got crushed. And no matter how much love, how much time, patience I've given him, where I mean, when I say I've been patient, girlfriend, I didn't, nag him when he got laid off. And I wasn't over there in his face like, you need to hurry up, get a job now. Like, what are you getting a job? I didn't do that. I gave him some time for him to kind of grieve and get through the process of knowing he got let go from a company he did dedicate almost his whole life to. Um, but when things started, like, okay, um, we need to pay the bills kind of thing, and he's not getting up and taking action to try and, get a job, that's when it really fell apart. Where no matter what I said to him, no matter how much I encouraged him, no matter, even though I even paid for him to be for like a recruiter or someone like that who was supposedly gonna go out there and help him find a job, who knew people who were in high management positions that this person had connections to, that would be able to help get him in front of someone like that. Nothing ever panned out. So I just let it go. And since then, um, I've had to take it on, both being the woman, but also more of the masculine energy and take charge of this, because if I sit around waiting for him to get up and do what he promised me he would do, it's never going to happen. So, um, I've had to learn that hard lesson of, as much as I love someone, I can't fix them. And there's nothing I can do to get them to want to do for themselves, to want to be better, to want to grow, to want to change and evolve. He has no interest in it. And no matter how good of a woman I am to him, he's not going to change. I mean, you can almost say like a part of him died, apparently, because I don't see that sparkle in his eye that I used to see. And it's sad and it hurt me, but like I said, I tried giving him time, but he didn't want, the time. He didn't care. He didn't care even if I was being patient and encouraging him and watching as he moved forward and seeing how things were, playing out, and, giving him, just some suggestions. It didn't matter. So I think that's probably the biggest lesson, though, I've had to learn. No matter how much I love someone. It's just like that saying, like I'm sure you've heard that song. Who is it by? It goes something like, sometimes love isn't enough. And I think, I know a woman sings it, but does a man sing it too? I can't remember. But I hear that song playing. So I had to learn that. And that was hard. It hurt. And he hurt me. He hurt me deeply. He disappointed me. He let me down. Um, I would still try and be patient. And I would tell him exactly what I needed from him. And he would promise he would do these things. He never has. And doesn't. It's like he feels like, oh, I've already done enough. you know, it's up to you now. And then that's how he's left it with me. Okay, well, don't expect me to want to be engaging with you. And it really, shattered not just our worlds, but it really did this to our marriage. So, what are you going to do? So, that's a hard lesson I've had to learn. And that's not easy because understand, I got married when I was 21. I'm 44. So this isn't just like a marriage that's only been ongoing for a few years. No, it's over 20 years. So that's a hard thing to have to walk away from. But I also understand that's what's best for me because Spirit's telling me you're not meant to be here anymore. Yeah, I was meant to be with him for the time I've been with him, but now that time has come to an end. So, and I allow myself to grieve it, feel it, cry it, go through whatever emotions I had to cry and go through. And I'm at the end of it. I'm healed from it. And I know when the time's right, I'll be out of here and I will find the person I'm supposed to be with next. I know he's out there. Um, is it possible I've already met him? Yeah, I think it's possible too. So, just so you know, girlfriend. Really? That's crazy. Oops. Is it a man or a woman? Whew. I'm giving me chills just thinking about it again. I'm sorry to your coworker who's going through it. It's not easy. It's not. Okay. Yeah, beautiful. Well, I would tell her, just let her know about me. Tell her that I've been there. And no matter how much you love someone, you can't make them want for themselves. You can want for them all day long, but it's not going to matter. They have to want it in order for something to change. You can't force them. Though we may think we can. We may think our love, our time, our energy, attention, and set forth will make, them want to get up off the couch or put a, light a fire under, their behind to get moving. Doesn't always work that way. I've learned. And it's not easy because it's not easy to watch someone like that just kind of like give up on life. But that's what he's done. And I'm kind of like sitting here like, am I supposed to really settle for this? Like, I'm supposed to just accept this? No, I can't. I can't accept this. I still got too much of my own life I want to live. Too many more things I want to do. But I need a partner who's strong like me and wants the same things I want. And unfortunately, it's not him. He's not that person anymore. Um, and it's not easy to accept, but I feel like that's what Spirit was trying to get me to see. In fact, they had, I had to, sell my old house to lose my old home to really see this in a different point of view, a different perspective. So, oh, I hate to hear that. She's going through that. I'm sure she is. I don't know how long it's been going on for, but if it's been going on for some years, like it's been with me, I don't think he will ever change. I don't think whoever she's with, I don't think he'll change. Um, if she were to leave him and literally move out, but when I say literally move out, she would have to move out and probably spend some time away from him. That might be the only way I could see it lighting a fire underneath him. Outside of that, if she stays in the same house with him, he's never going to change because she's still there. It's going to take him having to watch her walk out that door and not come back to maybe shake him up. But by then, it's almost like it's too late, you know? If you spend so much time now, okay, I know I can't be with you anymore, so now I gotta focus on me. Now I gotta find my own place or go live with, move back home with my parents or something like that. It's like, why would you go back to that? You see? So that's the other way you look at it. No, that's beautiful. Well, I'm happy she has you that she can talk to. So yeah, I do understand what she's going through too. Okay, let me see one other thing. I want to see what's blocking you. That's the other deck I didn't grab that I meant to. Where'd it go? Ouch. And where's the other one? I haven't used it yet. Where'd it go, Spirit? Let's see. Right there. Yeah. Let me see. One more thing. Hello, Jess. All right, let me see what's blocking you, Allison. Spirit, show me. Spirit, what's blocking Allison from finding love? These people coming towards her. Show me. Spirit showing me right now, there might be some internal work you need to do on yourself to still heal. Um, I'm getting like do some shadow work. Even though that card didn't literally come out, I'm getting shadow side. And I always say that because this is saying, there's still too much toxic energy going on. So, and toxic doesn't mean, I'm not saying you're a bad person, and Spirit's not saying that either. They're just saying there's some tendencies that you have that could be a turn off to a potential partner or even your friends and family. But this is even something that, you may not even recognize as being something that, they may not, like, but because like your friends and family, they love you and accept you for who you are, they just, see that, well, that's one thing we just have to accept because it's Allison. What are you going to do? It's Allison. We love her anyway. Yeah, we don't, care too much for that part, but she's still a great person and we love her. So there's something here, some kind of toxic internal work you got to do, that you got to get rid of, that you got to fix. Because otherwise, if you get someone, especially a younger energy like that page or that knight coming in, there could be some toxic things going on with them too. And putting those two together, that can be very, very explosive. So the other thing Spirit's showing me is some of the things that's maybe preventing you from finding love or having that person come forward is you give off this energy, or in past relationships, you've been also one who likes to be in control. Because Spirit's showing me you're trying to control, and even you're trying to control the timing of how things play out, which is this card. So I feel like this could be where either the timing was wrong, maybe you found someone that, hey, if they had asked you to marry them, you would marry them, but the timing was off. And you couldn't make, the timing to be right on both sides for y'all to come together. So there's the timing's off, but also there's something like you trying to control it too. I understand. Hey, girlfriend, we all got things we got to work on. Even I do. None of us are perfect, including me, sweetheart. It's like the saying is, you can't, fix something you don't acknowledge is a problem. First, you got to see that you have a problem before you can fix it, right? So it could even be something that maybe you hadn't considered before, or maybe you just didn't realize. And, if something comes to mind, that you thought about, but maybe you haven't given it enough thought, it's like, well, maybe it, I act that way more than I realize, for an example. And maybe your friends and family might just be afraid to mention it to you. Maybe it's time to take the lead and, take charge of it and work on it yourself with, someone else coming to point it out to you. Because nobody wants to go around and be like, oh, you're this person or you're that person, pointing the finger at you. Wow. Spirit showing me like you did have someone you deeply loved, but they broke your heart. So that's playing a factor in this too. Well, you said like there's someone that moved away, but you didn't say like this was like they were, had someone else. You said they just moved away. But there's someone in your heart still, that Spirit's showing me, that could interrupt any other connection you might have with someone new. So they might be keeping anyone from coming towards you right now because they understand you still got a lot of emotional healing to do, and to come to terms with this relationship that didn't, come to fruition. No matter the reason why they left, maybe there was someone else. Maybe you're aware, maybe you weren't. Or maybe, like I said, it's this person you mentioned earlier who moved away, had went to maybe another restaurant to work or something like that. So now, it left you like, what do I do? I really like this person. I started having love for them and they're not here. And so Spirit's showing me that needs to be kind of, looked at, not saying, get over, but at least come to peace with it so it doesn't affect your future. Knowing that more than likely, will they come back? Yeah, that possibility will always be there, beautiful. They might come back. But the question is, are you going to wait for them? Because they may never come back. I don't know about you, but I couldn't wait just, well, maybe they come back. No, it'd have to be someone the only person I'd wait on is someone I've already discussed a future with. It's like, no, you know, I can't be there right now, but I'm making plans, and I'm working on. So we can be together, this amount of time, it's different, you see. So try and deal with that part of your heart that still burns for someone else. What else, Spirit? What else is blocking her? Yeah, Spirit showing me there's some behaviors you have that you need to work on, because they're showing me the inner child reflecting inside the inner world, and the fact that you might even be mirroring some type of bad behavior with someone else. And that mirroring, beautiful, this can be with just your friends and family or coworkers. It doesn't have to be just a romantic partner. Though it's our romantic partner, especially someone we're, semi, serious with, that we're spending a lot of time with, yeah, we can, reflect each other's, negative, toxic behaviors. But when you're not with someone or not dating someone, we still have a tendency of reflecting it outward with our friends, family, and even our co-workers. So this might be something else that might be happening that you might not be, you may not realize it. So if you see someone else do something that you feel is toxic, immature, you know, honestly, take a step back from it and ask yourself, am I, reflecting that in them? Am I this way too? Do I tend to act like them and I don't realize it? And be very honest. Because, like I said, the only way you're going to be able to fix anything, the only way you're going to be able to change anything is if you are honest with yourself and what the issues are. And then someone else put you on a pedestal, but because they put you on this pedestal, like secret admirer, they idolize you a lot. Because they put you in such high regard, you might even intimidate them. So, if there's a secret admirer, which Spirit's telling me there is, they may not come forward because they might be afraid because you intimidate them because they see you up here when they're like down here. So, and there's nothing to do about that, beautiful. Be you in that way, If they really want you, they're going to speak up, and that's how I see it. If someone really wants me, if they really want to get to know me, if they want to, to talk to me, get my number, they're going to speak up. They're not going to be afraid. And that's probably the one thing I will say about the couch potato. Like, I know when he approached me, he was very confident. And he said he's never been that way with anyone else. That I'm the first person that he actually literally went out of his way to approach and talk to. And he said, yeah, I intimidated him. But he said there was a pull in him that he could not fight. He knew he had to talk to me and nothing was going to stop him. So he did. And to his surprise, I said yes, but of course I challenged him too. So, and what I mean by that is I challenged him to a game of pool. So we played for money. That's how he got me to start talking to him. But it worked. And, and because he was confident when he approached me, naturally, of course, I said yes. I would play him. Of course, I wasn't looking for love at the time, but it started off as a friendship and then it grew from there. So you might have that problem too, where, you're, just drop dead gorgeous and, you're successful in their eyes. They see all these great things about you that they don't feel like they can offer you anything, or that you would, maybe even sense someone might even look at, like, even if they were to approach you, like, you would be settling for them. So, doesn't mean make it true. I'm just saying what someone might see you as in their mind. That's their perception, at least. And then the last one is, I see that there's times where you either run from the problem, and this is what Spirit's showing me, you either run from a problem, or you just flat out ignore your feelings altogether. You avoid them and you run away from them instead of, talking about them, whether this is, good or bad. There seems to be this tendency of running away from a problem instead of facing it head on. So that could be another issue that might keep you from finding love. You have the same feeling, you really want to talk, but you get so nervous. Can't be nervous, girlfriend. You know, girlfriend, this is probably where you and I would probably be alike in many ways. Since you say you tend to be old-fashioned, and I am too. Like, I know I'm the woman that, the guy is supposed to chase, right? That's what we were brought up, the men are the hunters, right? But I still understand that there's many guys out there who either get scared for fear of rejection, um, or they're not that serious. So, um, I still feel like though, when a guy shows interest, if we engage with in a conversation with them, for an example, okay, we did engage in a conversation. Now it's up to you to ask. It shouldn't be up to us, it's up to you. And it's up to them to open up and say, hey, can I have your number? Oh, hey, I would love to take you out sometime. Can I have your number? That kind of thing, right? If you don't open your mouth to me, and hey, don't look at me coming, hey, I want to go out with you. No, I'm not that way. So, but it seems like more guys, the younger generation, they're looking for the woman to chase. And it's like, no, daddy didn't raise a fool. Daddy raised me that the man's supposed to chase me. Okay? That's just how I was raised. However, with that being said, like how you say you're getting nervous, I don't know what's making you nervous, beautiful. If you're fearing like this person is gonna reject you, like they're not gonna engage in a conversation with you, what I want you to tell yourself, I want you to think about it in this regard, because this is a lot of what I'll say to people. People are always afraid to let someone know that they like them or to even ask them for their number for fear of rejection. Yeah, that hurts. It stings. I'm not sitting there and saying it doesn't sting. I've been rejected before. I think we all have. Whether we recognize it as an actual rejection or not. I think we all have had our experiences with being rejected. Even, being in a relationship with someone and that person going out and cheating on you. That's rejection because they rejected your love and it felt like you were good enough, so they went and found someone else. To me, that's still a rejection, right? So I always tell people, by not stepping up to the table and talking to someone, asking for their number for that fear, they're going to reject you, or you just automatically assume, no, I can't do it. Because if they reject me, I don't know how I'm going to handle it. Well, in that case, then you didn't even give them a chance. You can't go through and blame them for rejecting you. You never gave them a chance. In fact, what you did is you made the decision for them. You rejected yourself by not stepping forward and allowing them to have that opportunity to say yes or no. And the other way I look at it, beautiful, is I don't want to go through and say, like, if I had a crush on somebody, like I said, if I have a crush on somebody, okay, I might say I like you, but am I going to go and ask for your number? No. Okay. Um, I say that I would rather know right off the bat if someone has an interest in me or not. Because to me, by them, even if they're going to reject me, at least I know I have an answer, right? Instead of me going weeks, months, possibly even years, you know, crushing on this person and not knowing how they feel or where they stand. And then we get all carried away, kind of like almost in like a dreamland. Like, oh man, but what if we went out? What if they, asked us out? Blah, blah, blah. You're just dreaming, fantasizing. Okay, but you give them that opportunity. You give yourself that opportunity um, by allowing them to reject you or to tell you or vice versa. You have your answer and you can free yourself instead of looking, months or possibly years down the road. Like, what if? What if I had just opened my mouth and said something and told them? Things might be so different. There won't be any more what ifs. You already have that answer. So you see, you can't say people reject you if you don't even give them an opportunity to reject you. Last one, Spirit. But I understand the nerves. I get it, honey. More. It's kind of interesting. You say that you get nervous where you can't speak. And the last card that came out is Clouded Judgment, where you're not able to see things clearly or see the situation clearly. So this could be going on too. You might be reading too much into something, or you might even be reading it wrong. So be mindful of that. Don't overthink, Allison. Like, I know you're a Libra, so I know you overanalyze and get lost in your thoughts. But don't allow yourself to get carried away in the clouds either. Be balanced, be centered, be grounded. Really take a step back and look at the situation. Okay, I think he might like me. Okay, if I talk to him, well, I'll give him a chance to ask me out. And, all you can do, beautiful, is, at least allow yourself and force yourself to talk to them. Find something to talk about, honey, and just engage in that conversation. And it's up to them then to, ask you out, ask for your number, or just say, hey, would you like to go out sometime and see what happens? So, yes, it's always the yes, no, more what ifs. I get it. We all are guilty of that, okay? None of us can't say we're not, because many of us are. I definitely am. I've done it in the past, so I get it. So it's just something we got to learn and work through. And that could be the other lesson that Spirit's trying to teach you, is to get over and get past that. So, all right. I'm going to grab my angel deck real quick to give you a few closing messages. So let me get that real quickly. What is this deck? Okay, Spirit. Spirit. What closing messages do you have for Allison? A habitual overthinker. Yes, that would be you, Sandy. You know all about that, baby, don't you? God knows I've had my moments. Hey, I admit it. I've had my moments. Like I said, that must be the Libra in me. I think part of it's also the Aries, too. I think at times they can be that way. Alright. Can I get a couple of closing messages for Allison Spirit, please and thank you. Show me, Spirit. What closing messages do you have? Here it is. Ghost of the past. Let go of the ghosts that haunt you and stop obsessing about what you don't have. Remember, closure comes from inside. So, you know how we're just talking about overthinking and others coming back. Here it is right here. Not saying that, an ex will come back, but there's something here. Some type of toxic energy, toxic trait that you're unaware of, or something, a deep wound that still needs some healing, beautiful. So Spirit's asking you to, you know, release it, at least try and heal it and release it so you can move on, so you can shed that. So this doesn't spill over into your future. Because like I try and tell people quickly, I'll say this real quickly. Um, you know how I mentioned, about jealousy earlier and to be careful of that? It's like, you can go through and get in a relationship and that person cheated on you, right? So naturally, most people, they question themselves, am I worthy? They have those issues of questioning if they're good enough or if they're worthy. And then when they start a new relationship, they automatically go into it and they automatically think that that person's going to do the exact same thing their ex did to them, cheated on them, right? So they have all these trust issues. So instead of trusting that person, they're going to be like, where are you going? Who are you talking to? Oh, I want to look through your phone. I need confirmation, please, because my ex cheated on me. I'm scared. I have trust issues. You can't go into a new relationship doing that. You're just going to poison it. And that's the last thing you want. So that's what I try and tell people. And, in essence, if you think about it from a different point of view, too, it's wrong to punish your new person for the sins of your past. Okay, that's the past. That's the ex. That's not the new person. Give the new person a chance to prove to you that they're worthy of you, that they're not going to treat you that way. Until they do, give them, the benefit of the doubt until they prove differently. So that's what I always try and make sure I let people know. It's hurting you mentally. Oh, honey. I wish I could give you a hug, girlfriend. I would give you a big hug if you were here. Live differently is the other one I have. Real progress calls for not just new thoughts, but new patterns and doing things differently to make the journey more fulfilling. So, kind of like how the ghosts of the past, we want to let these ghosts go. We want them to stay in the graveyard, right? We don't want them to come out of the graveyard. With it, it's, looking at things differently, having a new perspective, not constantly, overthinking things or automatically thinking, oh, because I've had this experience, well, this is how it's going to turn out. And then you react a certain way, which would be something similar to what you did in your past. Don't do that, beautiful. Be open to new ideas, to new experiences, something different. Change it up, switch it up. Don't just keep doing the same, thing that you've been doing, because it's like the other thing I would say to you, which I'm sure you've heard. That whole saying about you can't keep doing the same things and expecting a different result, right? It's not going to happen. So what do? You got to change it up. If you want a different outcome, you got to now change it. There's something different you got to do from what you were doing before. Okay. Couple more, Spirit. Distant future. Even if you can't immediately see the evidence of your desires manifesting, remember that other people's free will choices are involved. So, this kind of goes with alignment. And like one of the other cards I had pulled earlier about how maybe you did have someone that came into your life, but maybe because the timing of everything, it wasn't the right time for y'all to be together. So this kind of speaks to me of the same thing. Like, you can't control the outcome. You can't control what happens. So this is like a sense of surrendering to the universe and saying, okay, I'm trusting you now to allow things to happen the way it's meant to happen. These are the things I want. These are the things I desire. I'm working on myself, and I'm trying to be open and receptive to my spirit team, my angels, to tell me and guide me on the things I need to start doing, things I need to change, and so on. So this is how you approach like living differently, and also doing this to where things that you want to manifest, you understand that you can't control it by not being able to control what the other choices other people around you do. So there's a need to surrender again, control. And I think part of that comes with the overthinking portion too. All right, last one, Spirit. Oh, now this is a beautiful card to come out. My last message for you, Allison, is divine assistance. Accept the help that your angels are sending you to assist you in your endeavors. You don't have to fight this battle alone. So beautiful. I know you say it's mentally hurting you right now. I get it. I feel it in your energy, and I'm sorry. And if you were here right now, I would hug you. I'm sending you a huge virtual hug. But know that you're not in this alone. Spirit saying to you, your angels are there. Your spirit guides are there. They're offering you their assistance. They're trying to help you get through this so you can move on, so you can progress forward instead of staying stuck or going back in the past. We want to move forward. So here they are saying, I'm here. I'm trying to help you. Here, I'm trying to get your attention over here, but I need you to recognize the messages and me trying to help you and assist you. So they want you to know they're still here with you. Don't ever think you're alone. And no matter what happens, Allison, you're not alone, beautiful. I know it may seem that way, especially if you are physically alone, but you're not as alone as you think you are. There's your loved ones on the other side, and your angels, and your spirit guides that are always walking with you and doing everything they can to assist you. And no, they can't magically make everything we want perfect. They can't do that. Why? Because there's still certain things in this life we're meant to learn. We're meant to experience. That's part of the reason why we came here. We signed up to go through certain things in order for our soul to grow and develop. So there's certain things they can't shield you from. And that's because you signed up for that. You just may not remember that, but you did. But there's other things, if they can control it or change it, they will. And just trust that. But trust that they're over there helping you find your new partner, the one that you're meant to be with. And if you think they're not there, talk to them. Beautiful. And let me tell you something. Just because you cannot hear them speak to you, like you hear me speaking to you right now, doesn't mean they're not there, and it doesn't mean they're not going to answer you. It's just in the manner in how they answer you. It might be in your dreams. It might be something random, like you see a billboard on the side of the road as you're driving, and it seems to be answering the question you had. Like, say, if you wanted to ask your grandmother, if your grandmother passed away, and is in heaven, let's just say you wanted to ask her a question. She's answering you. That billboard's her way of answering you. So understand, it might be things like that. Our angels and spirit guides usually work the same way. Or you think of it like the best example I can give of this is think of doing something repetitive. Okay, like you're a cook, right? But I don't know if you wash dishes or not. But let's just say you're washing dishes, okay? Well, we all know how to wash dishes. We've done it enough times to where it doesn't take a lot of focus and concentration. So while we're over here washing the dish, our mind's wandering to another world, right? That's when our spirit team will come in and talk to us. And you'll find there'll be certain random messages that come in that it's like, where did the hell that come from? Like, huh? And it doesn't sound like something you would say, but just maybe. It sounds like something either a passed over loved one would say if they were here with you right now, or it's almost like as if it's coincidence. Like you just only get this thought, and it's like, oh, okay, now I understand. That's them coming in and answering you. So pay attention. That's why it's good to clear your head, because they can't come through clearly if you're always thinking about everything else. Because the way I like to try and tell people sometimes, um, our passed over loved ones, our spirit guides, our angels, they're not really gonna be able to trying to remind you to go pay a bill. Okay, that's not what their focus is. Their focus is more like on the long-term game. Like, okay, if you want to buy a house in 5 years, well, you need to talk to this person because you need to find out what it's going to take to come up with the down payment to put down on this house so the bank will give you a loan and so on and so on. It's going to be something like that. So just understand there's a difference here. Hello, Century. Oh, I'm so happy, Allison. I'm so happy this reading has helped you, honey. I'm so happy to hear it's resonated for you. I'm happy to hear it's provided you with those answers, clarity that you need, and that encouragement, and to uplift you. You know, that's what I love about what I do more than anything, is not just helping people, but to uplift people too. So I'm, so thankful you found me, and I'm so thankful to be the one to be able to do your reading for you tonight. It has been an honor and pleasure, so thank you for trusting me. Sandy, you're so funny, baby. It's okay. Sandy, I'll tell the world that's what you did. Hello, Century. If you want a reading from me, um, I have my board back here that has my prices on it. So I'm sending you a big virtual hug, Allison. Girlfriend, it will grow. It will get better. Stay focused. You know what I would do? I don't know, maybe you're already doing it, but in case you're not, another outlet would be like, journaling. That helps a lot. It's just another way for us to get some of that pain, that tension, that anger, that frustration out. It even helps with us manifesting because, we can be in there crying like, I can't believe he broke my heart. I really want true love. So in essence, okay, I'm trying to deal with this heartache, but I want true love, so understand me. Your loved ones, your spirit guides, and your angels are over there trying to help you with both, just as an example. So if you haven't done that yet, girlfriend, try it. I think it'll make you feel a lot better too. So it will help you be able to process through your feelings a lot faster. To be able to work on them and heal from them quicker. But you take your time, however long it takes, honey. So thank you so much again for trusting me to read for you. And thank you so much again, Sandy. You're a sweetheart, baby. That was very sweet and generous of you. Alright, let me put this up. Oh, thank you, Allison. I appreciate that, beautiful. Oh, I believe you will, honey. You're too funny, Sandy. It's good to see you, baby. I've missed you being around, Sandy. It hasn't been the same without you, honey. Just so you know, you've been missing here a lot. Just gotta chew. And I gotta stand up for a minute and use the bathroom and put these decks up real quick. Sandy, you're funny. No, baby, I just miss you hanging out with us. You make me laugh when you're around. I miss your energy. I've been missing a few people, actually. You were one of them, though. I kid you not. I just thought of you yesterday. Yesterday or day before. And I swear, Sandy, I picked up my phone and I was going to message you, and then I don't freaking know what happened. That's happened to me a few times now with a couple of different people. I was going to send them a message, and it's like something else distracted me. And there's no telling what it was with me anymore. It's like there's no help for me nowadays, it seems. I will use this deck at some point. Let's see. Okay. I gotta put all these decks back up, otherwise I'll get upset with myself. Because these decks were not cheap. So I want to make sure I make them last as long as possible. I don't remember it being that one. Maybe it was. I'll tell you. Let's see. Oh, Sandy, you're always needed, baby. You're always needed. Don't ever think you're not needed. You know, I'm just going to start bugging you. I'm going to send you a message every day before I start streaming. Sandy, I need you. Oh, you are so sweet, Alice, and you're so welcome, honey. I'm glad it's been very positive for you. That's what I love to hear, beautiful. I'm serious, Sandy. I'm gonna send you a message every day. I need you tonight. Where are you at? It makes me think of oh man. It'd be like that movie Grease. I mean, even though the woman wasn't the woman, her name's Sandy. But it has me like I have it in my head, my ear, like, oh Sandy, like when he starts singing or something. Doesn't he sing something like that? Can't remember. It's been a long time since I've seen that movie. Oh my goodness gracious. But I'm serious, baby. Oh, my other deck's back over here. Actually, where did I have this one? I had it buried. Don't matter. Okay. You know what song I'm talking about. The millennial version of The Boy Named Sue. Now that's funny, Sandy. I love that movie, but I haven't seen it in a long time. Now I'm gonna have to search for it. That's a good old classic. And yes, I know I may not be old enough for a movie like that, but it still seemed to be popular when I was growing up. I remember it being on TV a lot. It's like that movie, and I'm sure you've heard of the movie, was it Still Magnolias? I love that movie too. I used to watch that with my mama. Even though that's not a musical, but I love the, the story. in it. And I know there's some other older movies out there I've watched, but I don't watch TV anymore. I don't know, I don't have time to watch TV. It seems like I'd rather sleep than watch TV, and if I do, I always end up being like on YouTube or something, watching someone else or supporting one of my friends, so. Yeah, I love that movie. Um, there's another older movie like that that I used to watch. Watched it with my mom, in fact. And she's probably the reason why I watched it. I have to think about that. But that's funny. Hi, Shane. 4:30. Okay. I need to go check on my kitty cat. So I'll be back in a few minutes, y'all. Because he just came back. He's been missing for like 2 weeks. Oh, thank goodness. Ooh, I just smell perfume. It's gone now. It was there. Oh, well, thank you, Sandy, for everything. Sweet dreams and good night to you too, baby. Hi, Bob. How you doing, baby? What'd you do? Go take a nap? I would have gone taking a nap too. I'm kidding. My kitty cat came back. Thank God. I was worried about him. It's been good. I did a couple readings, courtesy of Sandy. So, oh, okay, I got you. Did y'all get things worked out? Well, I'm happy to hear you got to chat with her. I did call her that one day, but she didn't answer, so I got to give her a call again. Yeah, I know. Ah, so tempting. She wants to cut your beard. Why? I like your beard. Sure, you can trim it, but I still like your beard. It fits you well, baby. I don't know what the heck that is. Hmm. So do you? Well, I'm glad you like it. It fits you, baby. I wouldn't cut it. I wouldn't let anyone cut it. Trim it, okay. Cut it now. Well, sounds like y'all had a good conversation. Are we getting a wedding invitation anytime? No, I know you don't want anyone. Talking politics, huh? Wow, that's an interesting conversation. question I have. Why politics? You know I'm playing, baby. I already know where you stand. I just hope all the ladies know that too. Oh. Well, I wonder how y'all are similar. Did you get how y'all are similar between Australia and Canada? Outside, I know that the government provides health care for both countries. Okay. Yeah, but I think that one of the differences is y'all are allowed to have guns. Canada, they're not allowed to own handguns. And that would probably be one reason why I would never live in Canada. Because I would need to be able to own my handgun. Work on place laws. What do you mean? Okay. I wonder if they're similar to the US. Usually, Canada and I believe even the UK tend to follow suit with the US. So I don't know. Unfair dismissal laws. What do you mean, like getting let go from a job? I bet, like every state in the US is different, but my state, Georgia, they can let you go just because they don't like you, and there's nothing you can do about it. I mean, of course, the person who's being let go would have to prove it, but you could always file for unemployment, and the employer would have to pay that if it gets approved. But um, you would have to be able to prove that they let you go because, let's just say, like I know Judith has mentioned, like because of her age, and that's why she's struggling to find another job because they won't hire her. So you would have to prove that your employer let you go because you're getting up in age. And that's the problem. But here, they can let you go for any reason. Like I said, and I'm not kidding you. When I say if they don't like you and they don't want you there, they don't need a reason. They can let you go. And they can get away with it. Hmm. Yeah, me too, baby. I was happy too. I definitely need them because it's been quiet the last few months. I'm just trying to figure out if this is the slow period and it'll pick up by next month. But yeah, I was happy to get those. I definitely needed them. So that's interesting. So I wonder if it's like my state. Thankfully, I've never been let go from a job. So I've never had to experience it, but I've heard other people experiencing it. Um, I didn't ask, but I mean, I know because he's in Canada, they pay a higher exchange rate going through like PayPal. So they don't pay as high of an exchange rate if they go through the stream doing super chat instead. And the only reason why I know that is because that's what Eternal told me. Like he ended up paying double. I think it was more than double. Um, just for me to do one reading because of the exchange rate. So I can only assume that's the reason, Sandy may have, but it's okay. He paid more, so I'm not worried about it. Your dollar equates to 61 cents in US, really? Holy cow. That's crazy. So do you pay a high exchange rate when you've sent me PayPal? I mean, that's just insane. I know the US dollars has always been worth more, but I didn't realize it was worth that much more in some countries. Or less, I should say. If y'all were to use the US dollar, I should say. Okay. Okay, so that's still pretty costly. See, I think for Eternal, it's more, it's like when what did he send me? In fact, I can tell you. Let's see. I have to go back a little bit. I didn't mean to go that far back. I could have sworn Eternal said it was double. It's just crazy either way. What was that? Because now I can't find it. I'll have to ask him. But I think he said it was almost double. Because he had sent me... Man, what did he say he paid? I would assume they said double. I know, I just have all the lurkers in the background just watching. Some of them do that. I don't know what they're going to do when it turns over to memberships unless they pay for a membership. I just saw a blue spirit orb right over here. It was pretty. I was thinking of getting ready to go anyways. I thought maybe coming back on later this morning, but that's only if I don't get sleepy. But once I go sit in that bed, I would normally be out within an hour. It's just whether I want to be or not. I get comfortable and I'm kind of like, lounging, sitting up a little bit, and I'll still fall asleep because I got a big pillow that I use, so. So, since nobody else is going to join in the chat and pay for a reading, yeah, that light, yep. What the heck is that? That's a big light for sure. It's nice though, it does light up this room. I have it in every room. It does a lot better job than like the old lamps that have like the covering that's glass. So, but you're so funny, Bob. Yeah, it's my room light. So, well, it's been 7 hours that I've been here, so I stayed a little bit longer than I anticipated, but that's okay. I got readings and that's what I wanted, so that's the positive. I know, right? When nobody else is chatting or buying a reading, I might as well not run up my bills to be here. So, I'm hoping the general collective reading video, I'm hoping it'll be there sometime today. Like I said, I can't control YouTube, but it should have already posted. But like I said, I think it's just because I live out in the sticks. It takes a lot longer because of my internet goes in and out as much as it buffers when I'm on here. So keep my fingers crossed it's there today for y'all. And there'll be another one that should come after that. So I just got to figure out how quickly it's going to take YouTube to finish uploading and posting it. But hopefully it'll be there soon for y'all. No, baby, I still haven't had a chance to even get on Facebook. Because I've been busy. Like, when I've been awake, I've been answering other emails. I even had the, whatchamacallit, the mechanic, the auto store called me today, looking for me, wanting to know when I'm gonna go ahead and let them do the work on my car. And I hadn't even had a chance to call them back yet. Because I was trying to get to the recordings first and then handle everything else. So, it's been crazy, baby. I'm still playing catch up. But I will. By, the time, I have the weekend off, hopefully I'll be able to catch it then. If I don't, by tomorrow night when I come back. Or I should say technically tonight, because it's going on 5 o'clock in the morning, Friday morning, so. But I'll be back tonight, and I will watch it. And I'll respond to you once I watch it, baby. You'll know. So, my beautiful people, it was wonderful being here with y'all tonight. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed hanging out with y'all. And I really enjoyed the conversations and all the readings I've done and the paid readings. Thank you for your donations, for your likes, subscriptions, gifts, all that good stuff. Thank you. It helps me a lot. I can't say thank you enough for that and for y'all's love and support. I wish y'all a beautiful Friday, and I hope to see y'all back here tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern, for another edition of Insomnia Maniacs Tarot. Good night.